direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fair always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resume its sittings.
Mr. Witter, Mr. Sanudo, Mr. Holness, Mr. Dr. Clark, here. Mr. Shaw, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montego, Ms. Grange, Mr. Henry, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Daryl Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Main, Mr. R. Scott, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Mr. Colonel Charles Jr., Mr. Clark, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Dr. Guy, Miss Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redman, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stewart, Reverend Thwaites, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Wright.
Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Laid on the table of the House today is the annual report of the Universal Service Fund for the year 2018-2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not normally done in the House. Of the Parliament, as a member of Parliament, served as a minister, and one who has signaled that he will not be coming back to the House after the next general election. It is a member from South St. James, Member Derek Kelly. Today is his birthday, and I think as members of this House, we want to celebrate with him on his 73rd birthday, which is today. So I would like and invite you, Mr. Speaker, to have the members do likewise.
Mr. Speaker, may I, on behalf of those of us from the Grand Parish of St. James, and in this honorable house, extend to the honorable member from St. James Southern, who is actually my neighbor, happy birthday, and to congratulate him on his years of service to the nation and to his constituency, and to wish him well. Hope you will have a great day and a wonderful year.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to reply, although, as was said, it's not the norm. We wish to thank all the members for their good wishes. I hope that those good wishes will come true so I can have long life with health and all the rest of it. And I want to thank Jehovah God for keeping me alive and strong through these turbulent 32 years plus. I want to thank them and thank all the members for their support over the period on both sides. I have gone through a number of Prime Ministers, from Prime Minister Manley to Prime Minister Golden to Prime Minister Patterson to Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller and now Prime Minister Honitz. So I've been here quite a long time and it is a good journey. I want to thank you all for the support. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, the members of staff of the Parliament and other parliamentarians probably who are not here, wish you a happy birthday. And know you're batting well. You're at 83 today. 73. I was putting a little closer to myself. But we wish you many more, healthy and strong. Thank you very much. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honourable House of Representatives. I have the honour to advise the Honourable House of Representatives that on the 15th day of May 2020, the following two bills were passed in the Senate. First, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles Act and for Connected Matters, passed with 4 amendments, and 2, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registration of Titles, Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Act and for Connected Matters, passed with 12 amendments, for which the Senate desires the concurrence of this Honourable House.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to the bill shortly enlisted Registration of Titles Amendment Act 2020 and the Registration of Titles Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now considered and approved.
Minister, you have consent to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the amendments be approved based on the fact that the amendments given or brought in the Senate have been incorporated in the final bill, which was passed in the lower house previously. So I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments to the Registration of Titles Act 2020 and the Registration of Titles Cadastral Mapping and Tenure Clarification Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now approved.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Papers, reports from committees, notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, I ask to be allowed to speak from a seat other than my own.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas the Independent Commission of Investigations, INDECOM, was established under the Independent Commission of Investigations Act 2010, otherwise hereafter the Act, to carry out investigations into the conduct of a member of the security forces or any selected official which, among other things, resulted in the death of or injury to any person. And whereas a joint select committee of the Houses of Parliament reviewed and reported on the Act in October 2015, recommended, among other things, in light of the perceived lack of prosecutorial resources at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the ODPP, that the officers of INDECOM be given the powers of a constable to arrest, charge, and prosecute. And whereas the report of the Joint Select Committee was tabled in the Senate on October the 16th, 2015, and approved on October the 30th, 2015, and tabled in the House of Representatives on October the 27th, 2015, but was not approved in that House prior to the general elections of 2016. And whereas the general election of 2016 resulted in a change of administration, resulting in a new cabinet and a new parliament, and the process to institute the legislative changes recommended in the 2015 report was started in June 2016. And whereas the courts were asked to decide whether the officers of INDECOM possess the powers of a constable and the power to prosecute firstly at the Supreme Court level and upon appeal through to the Privy Council. And whereas the recommended legislative changes were halted, first pending the Court of Appeal decision and then pending the Privy Council's decision, and whereas during that time institutional strengthening was undertaken at the ODPP such that the number of prosecutors has been significantly increased, with a further increase to occur upon the proposed unification of that office with the clerks of courts. And whereas the judgment of the Privy Council in the matter of Commissioner of the Independent Commission of Investigations and Police Federation and others, 2020 UK Privy Council, was delivered on May 4, 2020, and among other things indicated that the officers of INDECOM do not possess the power to prosecute, and whereas it is felt that it is now appropriate to proceed with legislative changes to the Act to strengthen the investigative capabilities of INDECOM, be it resolved that this House of Representatives, A, agree to consider the report in light of the recent Privy Council decision and the institutional strengthening of the ODPP with a view to adopt such recommendations in the report as it sees fit, and B, adopt such measures to strengthen INDECOM and its investigative capabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sittings of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we recommit the item notice of motion given orally.
Who is it? Those in favor? Those opposed? Ayes have it. Go ahead, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading and second reading of this bill and for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
Mr. Speaker, indicated just now that it is his intention to take the bill through all its concluding stages today. This side, Mr. Speaker, we have indicated that we are not in a position to contribute to taking it through its final stages today. This bill, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance has tabled, an amendment, an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, is a fundamental piece of legislation. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that there are times when there need to be legislation passed urgently, but this one goes to the core of the economic recovery that this country had in 2014 when this piece of legislation was enacted. It is a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that everyone in this country contributed to. Every single Jamaican, so that we can be put on a path of development, of progress, and yes, of prosperity too. Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, what this is seeking to do, even though this side, the opposition, understands that we are in a crisis, it's not where we are going, it's how we proceed that we have objections to, Mr. Speaker. And I want to lay it, I know that the the other side, the government side, has its numbers and may pass it, but we have to express our objection to it. Because, Mr. Speaker, it requires that we, having sight of this piece of legislation, only tabled today, and if we were to follow the standing orders, even though we have breached it on many occasions, the fact is that between first and second reading, as per the Constitution, 4 days should have elapsed. As per the standing orders, 4 days should have elapsed. But we know that there are times. But, Mr. Speaker, we need time so that we can properly look at what alternatives are there, what are the implications, what it will mean for the ordinary man and woman out there. And it is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, why we are objecting to it being taken to its final and concluding stage today.
Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the urgencies in the situation, but I would like to urge the Minister of Finance and the government side to rethink their determination to rush this legislation through today. The fact of the matter is, our country has paid dearly for the accumulation of public debt over many, many decades. It became a millstone around the necks of the Jamaican people. Indeed, when the original bit of legislation which is being sought, for which amendment is being sought today, was brought before the Parliament, both the lower house and the upper house, the Minister of Finance, who was then a senator, thought that that legislation and the provisions which he seeks to amend today were so fundamental that they should have been incorporated in the Constitution. Such was his view, a view with which I agree, not that it should be in the Constitution, but that it should not be amendable willy-nilly. Thousands upon thousands of Jamaicans, bondholders, public sector workers who endured wage freezes going on 4 years, bondholders who gave up their earnings, expected earnings, ordinary citizens who endured massive taxation packages, all of which was directed at ensuring that we were able to move the debt down. But also, there was a provision that we shouldn't be able to change the provisions of our fiscal responsibility framework on the run, on the track, so to speak. Today, last week, in fact, there was a proposal simply to bring the changes in the budget to the PAAC. It was pointed out in the PAAC that, in fact, the proposals were in breach of the law. No, we had had a debate, not a major debate, but the point had been raised during the budget debate, the original budget debate, about the importance of observing the law. Now, the minister, having not consulted with anyone, having not, certainly no one on this side, before this week, the members of the opposition, having had no opportunity to examine this legislation. No, it may be short legislation, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have profound implications. And we have to determine as a House whether this is the best way to proceed. It cannot be that we, at everybody, including bankers, financial sector, and everyone, could have been of the view that we need to protect the country against a buildup of debt, against a whimsical change in our position regarding the debt, for the Minister of Finance to come and insist to just change it because he says so. Then what security would any holder of Government of Jamaica paper have? What expectation would anyone have as to the seriousness of the Jamaican authorities about not building up debt again? What certainty could anyone have that as a country we are serious about not allowing our debt to build up again and to saddle our people once again with 40 years of build-up? It cannot be simply on the word of the Minister of Finance, because the debt belongs to all of us, not to him. Yes, it cannot be just to him. Trust when it comes to money. You know that. You're a lawyer. Trust can't just depend on it. Is this the best way? Is this the best way? We haven't had a chance to look at it. We deserve to look at it. That's the role of the Parliament. If you want another time, we certainly need more than 5 minutes. We certainly need more than the time that you are bringing it here. He hasn't even seen it. And how many members have seen it? None. It's not the way to run a country, Mr. Speaker. It is simply another expression of a determination to use the power because they have it and to ignore the rights of all the people in the country. It is simply another manifestation of a determination to use the power because they have it. And they think that they can run roughshod over anyone, every interest, any person who has an interest in how Jamaica is being operated. And all that is being said, he could have avoided a lot of it. Could have had consultations at the very outset. Could have done something, but there is an insistence on no collaboration and to hug up the power because it is their power to be unilaterally exercised. I hope that those who rely on the word of the government of Jamaica will realize how quickly, how easily those in power are willing to renege on that word without giving the Parliament a chance to pronounce. So I urge, don't do it. Don't do it this way. We have come too far. We have struggled too much. Too many sacrifices have been made. We need to see. This is seeking an expedient way. An expedient way to make a judgment. It's not the only way. There are other ways. Other ways more in keeping with the spirit of our Constitution. Other ways more in keeping with the principle of parliamentary accountability. Other ways that don't drift into the space of prime ministerial power or ministerial power, which would set our public finances on a sounder and more solid foundation. Don't do it, Minister. Not because you can't. Don't reverse yourself. The original you was a better you. Don't reverse yourself that way.
If it was a constitution, it would be here for months. Yeah.
Don't do it. We have struggled too hard. The principle is important. We have struggled too hard. We have come too far to just simply adjust a debt benchmark. that has been struggled for by many, sacrificed for by many, simply because you say you have the number. You understand markets. You understand the value of Jamaica coming out of this particular pit. This way, we haven't had a chance to study it, but at least give the Parliament and the opposition the opportunity to examine it, to come explore the alternatives, to have a sincere and honest discussion about those alternatives. We may end up agreeing with you, but don't just ram it through because you say you have the numbers and the power.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chuck.
I'm a little disappointed, Leader of the Opposition, that you are taking such a contentious position. Very contentious. We have a situation, Mr. Speaker, in which a most unusual position has occurred. No one 3 months ago would have expected this pandemic to affect not only Jamaica, but the world. The minister, when we passed the budget in February this year, everyone, including myself as Minister of Justice, felt we had almost a perfect budget. Mr. Speaker, within a matter of a few weeks, we had a situation in which revenue, the whole economy, was under severe pressure. And we see a situation, Mr. Speaker, where the economy is not only under stress, but with major threats to its collapse. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, to his credit, brought in many pieces of legislation, many pieces of suggestions. How can we hold this economy together? How can we assist the suffering people in this country? And Mr. Speaker, we decided, and the minister decided, to put a supplementary budget revealing to the country at large that based on this supplementary budget, based on what we faced in this fiscal year, the law that mandated that we must have our debt to GDP of 60% by 2025-26 may not be attainable. And he said it in his opening that we need to increase, we need to move the fiscal target, or the reaching that fiscal target of 60% from 25-26 to 27-28. That is, well, let me finish. And Mr. Speaker, having said that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize, and it came, having passed the supplementary budget, it came to the PAAC, and the PAAC said it needed legislative changes. Well, it needed some legislative changes. Fine. But the position, Mr. Speaker, is that the Minister of Finance, having recognized that legislative changes are needed, determined that these changes could be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, we are living in unusual times and we must meet the situation. Leader of the Opposition, it is only this morning that Legislative Committee met. This morning. I chair that Legislative Committee. Because only Cabinet approved it yesterday. So if you are not happy, in dealing with it today, ask for it to be moved to tomorrow so you can examine that one paragraph. But all that this legislation is asking for is to move it from 25, 26 to 27, 28. Is this appropriate? Is it appropriate on the various changes? So all I say, Leader of the Opposition,
Order,
all I
please.
say, if you need,
Not like that.
if
Proceed,
you
Mr.
need
Chair.
more time to look at it, ask for the more time. But let us not oppose what is a sensible piece of legislation to amend the law.
It's your point of order, Mr. Chair.
Member is misrepresenting what was said. I don't propose to be contentious. I am simply saying that there are many ways to achieve the objective. No one, certainly not us, are arguing that there shouldn't be an adjustment. That's not the issue. The question is, what is the best way of achieving it? And the question is, if it is to be achieved, let us collectively find a way that does the least damage to Parliament's mandate, as was contained in the early legislation, and ensure that we preserve that in any future set of changes. And that means allowing the Parliament a chance to discuss the best way. We are not opposed to the fact that changes have to be made to the benchmark. Let me be clear on that. But certainly, it can't be that we move that power to another authority other than the Parliament in a way that doesn't give us a chance to determine. But you haven't even read it, so you keep quiet. No, because you were not listening or you did not understand. Because you were not listening or did not understand.
Order, please.
The point is that we have to be careful about how we do it. And the determination to simply drive through this bit of legislation with this approach without giving the Parliament a chance to look at the alternatives is what we are objecting to. We may end up agreeing. But don't just do it this way. We have struggled, too many people. One thing we must never do is walk that road of that massive debt again. And we cannot just simply rely on one man or two people or somebody to say that we're not going to go there again. What we need is the opportunity. And I feel passionately because a whole heap of sacrifice was made. A lot of sacrifice was made by many people, and he used to feel that way.
Mr. Speaker, let me say to the Leader of the Opposition that is why this matter was brought by the Minister of Finance here. So we are asking for cooperation and agreement. If you feel that you need more time, let us discuss that. But the Minister of Finance brought this here for cooperation and agreement. All right? We will say we are sad that you didn't get enough notice. But if you need more time on cooperation, let's look at that.
Ms. Darian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah,
I rise, Mr. Speaker, because my concern is for the interest of the people of Jamaica. And I agree with what the Leader of the Opposition has said, that there are many ways to do something. Where I part company with him is his use of the word whimsical. If he speaks to the members of the PAAC, both on this side of the aisle and on that side, you will hear from them that the discussions were serious and none of us have treated the matter as whimsical. And I want to say that extraordinary times calls for extraordinary measures. And yes, I recognize that there are other ways that things could be done. But I want to say, is it that we put people first, or are we going to put procedures first? I hear every day, I share with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the concerns we have for the people on the ground. Everybody is anxious for help. Everybody wants something. Is this amendment doing something to help to alleviate the burdens of the people on the ground quicker than wasting time and going, not wasting time, that's the wrong word, than going through a long thing? I heard the leader say, maybe at the end we will agree, and I am confident that at the end the other side will join forces, because truly we are to serve. But while we sit and deliberate on something that we know is there and is being implemented to help the ordinary person on the ground, the Jamaican who is feeling the hardship of what has taken place, the thousands of people who have not got a pay for 3 months, I would say to you, I urge the opposition to meet us and let us decide and pass it in the quickest possible way rather than discussing procedure, because while we discuss it, the people on the ground suffer. So I rise in support, and I know the other side must support measures that are being done here. And when we looked at the act, we recognized in the PAAC that the way the act was drafted left room, there was no room in the way it was drafted at the time to allow for a suspension of measures at this time. Okay, we have reached that point. Can we not, as a parliament, in the interest of the people we all say we put first, agree to allow the legislation to be amended in the shortest possible time so that we can alleviate the suffering and the hardship that the people on the ground are outside?
Mr. Speaker, just a minute here. We are on the item notice of motion given orally. Enough is enough. Any debate, further debate on this issue should wait until when we reach public business. This is not the time to be debating the issue. We are notice of motion given orally. The minister gave notice. If we have to debate, then public business we can proceed the debate. But not at this time. We have already abused the privilege of the House. And I'm calling you to see to it that we stick to what we have done. I'm asking the Speaker. I'm not directing him. That's why you twist him out all the while, you know, and not twist what I'm saying.
Mr. Speaker, I think the fact that the discussions have started, it would be incumbent on you to allow them to proceed to the end, Mr. Speaker. No. You have allowed the speakers to speak before Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that there are others who want to make a contribution to this just now, Mr. Speaker. Right? So I'm seeking you make the correct decision.
Mr. Vita, you wanted to? Mr. Vita?
The point of procedure which is now being discussed is really please. What, I mean, I thought. No, I'm not listening to you. I'll listen to you.
Mr. Warmington, you're advising Order. You're advising that when we get to public business, members who wish to speak on this can do so. Okay. Members, will you hold until we get to public business, those who want to speak on the matter? So we are now at okay. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading and second reading of the bill, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
Those in favor? Those against?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the point of the motion is what I'd like to address, Mr. Speaker. The issue of procedure is, on the one hand, the minister of the opposition, leader of opposition, makes the point that there really is never a wrong way to do the right thing. Nobody is arguing the need for looking at the adjustments. How it is done, and the minister ought to know it's not a simple thing, because it is a reason, one of the benefits Jamaica has, and what we have benefited from, was the fact that Jamaica is one of those few countries that have the issue of debt and the priority repayment of debt enshrined in our constitution. Ministers should know that that's not a small thing. That's not a small thing. And therefore, as it is, the procedures in Parliament, however mundane they may seem and innocuous from time to time, it is part of the defenses that the society as a whole have in how laws are passed, so that due process is an essential part of our procedural arrangement. And the point is that on a piece of legislation so consequential, that it ought not to be that the minister comes one day and presents them the legislation without us having an opportunity to even look at it. As the point was made, there are other ways that could be looked at in how this thing could be effected. And so the minister, the markets are looking, and while you may pass this with your numbers, believe me, it will send another message that whatever the sacrosanct undertakings that we make can easily be changed by a simple majority and without respect for the critical procedures that in the end are safeguards to any one side or a majority simply running roughshod over the procedures in Parliament. This is too substantive a matter for you, Minister, to simply to table and to insist that on your word and on the choices that you have made, this is the best way and the only way to achieve the result. And I do hope that you listen to not only the leader of opposition, but everyone on this side who are urging that we'll proceed carefully and in due process. You recognize in due process.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Golden.
Mr. Speaker, I intend to speak on the substantive issues when the bill is being debated. We are not at that point yet. We are at the point of discussing whether the tabling and passing this bill on one day is appropriate. I sympathize with the minister's desire to get on with it. He tabled his supplementary budget. It was predicated on a suspension of the fiscal rules, but the procedure had not been followed. I raised this with him. The PAAC took it up, and here we are today with a new bill being tabled, and the minister not only wants to table it, he wants to pass it through the House of Representatives and send it to the Senate so they can pass it on Friday. Now, why this causes concern on our side is because what we're amending is the fiscal responsibility framework of the country, which was the linchpin of the IMF agreement, the two successive IMF agreements that have collectively, through sacrifice, resulted in our debt to GDP ratio now being, or at the end of March, projected to have been around 90%, coming from over 140% of GDP. And that was done in 6 to 7 years through major sacrifices that the leader of opposition has highlighted. When the fiscal rules were introduced, there was consensus around this. It had the blessing of the International Monetary Fund. They were pushing for it. It was designed with their input. Significant technical input was brought to bear on the design of the fiscal rules, and it was passed on a bipartisan basis. It is very unfortunate that when the opposition says, we see what you're doing, it's a short bill, but some of the shortest bills are the most crucial bills. The bill that amended the National Housing Trust Act to allow $10 billion per year to come for fiscal support was a short bill. It was opposed, though, by the then opposition. And though having opposed it, they then learned the necessity of it subsequently and extended that. But the point is, a short bill doesn't mean it's a simple matter. And extraordinary times may require extraordinary measures, but extraordinary measures done in haste may involve extraordinary mistakes. So this is not a simple business. Were I the minister on a matter such as this, I would not want a fuss and a fight over procedure. If the opposition asks for a week to look at it, so it can be debated next week, Tuesday, because of the nature of this particular matter, the fact that it embodies the bipartisan consensus that has taken our country from the precipice of fiscal disaster to a much stronger place where we're actually able to manage an epidemic without relatively straightforward way so far. I wouldn't want to upset the bipartisan philosophy around fiscal prudence. I would say to myself, yeah, I know I'm in a hurry. I need to get my supplementary budget passed. I need to invoke the steps to achieve the suspension of the fiscal rules, and I need to pass this law in order to start that. But you can do the preparatory work so that when the law is passed, the steps are done quickly, and then we can proceed and approve the supplementary budget, having debated it. I don't think we should have a contentious situation here over something as fundamental as legislation amending the fiscal rules. Allow the opposition the time that they've asked for, which is the normal time allowed for the standing orders. We're not seeking to obfuscate or delay as if it's something capricious on our part. This is a major change. This is a change of something that has been credited with having taken us away from a precipice onto a road with a relatively good surface moving towards a better future for the country. So to say that we must modify that route now and modify it in a day, there's no time to look at it. There's no time to consider whether it's the right pathway forward. There are other ways of dealing with this other than what is in this bill. And when I speak on the bill, I will point out what I think could have been an alternative way of dealing with it. But the point we're discussing here is simply one of procedure. We would have liked some time to look at it. I would have liked to have the opportunity to discuss it properly with the leader of the opposition, as his opposition spokesman on finance, and my own task force that guides me on these matters. And there are other members here who would want to have an input on it. And in order to have a proper input, you have to understand how the fiscal responsibility framework works. And it's an intricate thing. And when you read this bill, that doesn't give you the full picture. You have to be able to analyze how Section 48C of the Financial Administration and Audit Act works to understand what you're doing here. This is not a little simple thing, although it is just one sentence or two. So I would have asked the minister, given the position of the opposition, let us continue to work together. Give us a few days. Give us some time to look at it. I would then have time to, having taken counsel from my side, to speak to him to say, having looked at it, we think he's on the right path, or having looked at it, would he consider something slightly modified? You know? That is a gravamen of the leader of the opposition's position on this. And I think it's important not to suggest that the opposition is trying to delay anything. This is a very, very important piece of legislation, as short as it is, and as rushed as it may be. Extraordinary times need extraordinary measures, but extraordinary measures done in haste can result in extraordinary mistakes that in the future may come back to haunt us. And this legislation, the fiscal responsibility framework, is about avoiding being haunted by improper, irregular, or misguided executive power in relation to our financial affairs. That is what the fiscal responsibility framework is about. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the minister, as I started, I end by saying I sympathize with the predicament he's in. He's facing a hell of an economic calamity. I know it's very stressful, but the bipartisan consensus is necessary for us to tackle it effectively as a nation. And we've asked for just the normal time to review this bill and to discuss it among ourselves. That's all we've asked for, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, at this stage I wish to make just a brief contribution to this aspect of the debate on the motion. And Mr. Speaker, at this stage of the proceedings, I should like to make a brief contribution in relation to procedure. Yes, procedure. Yes, pronunciation varies. This one is the correct one. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the standing order sets out the time frame for the introduction of bills, and it sets out what should happen between introducing the bill, first reading, second reading, and third reading. In the section dealing with the appointment of dates for stages of the bill, the standing orders, which are regulations of the Constitution, indicate that there should be an interval of no less than 4 days, which the leader of opposition business made mention of. But it also indicated that the House on motion can agree to proceed with the bill at an earlier date or forthwith. So for those who are listening on, in addition to providing for the suspension of standing orders at Standing Order 86, Standing Order 49 specifically provides for the moving of a bill through the different stages, notwithstanding the time frame specified for the stages to be taken at an earlier time than 4 days or forthwith. So for those who are saying that rules are being breached. It is important for those listening and watching to understand that the rules do provide for what is being asked for. May it so please you.
Dr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I find it quite disappointing that this is the topic on which the opposition has chosen to speak so passionately on. Mr. Speaker, we are here at a time of the greatest economic crisis this country has ever faced. We are at a time of the greatest economic recession the world has experienced in over 90 years. Only today, the Planning Institute of Jamaica gave their projection that the first quarter growth outturn for the period April to June of 2020 will result in a contraction of between 12 and 14%. A contraction of that nature we have not had in living memory. This contraction and the global economic shock brought on by the pandemic is being manifested in Jamaica in several ways. Mr. Speaker, there are tens of thousands of persons who have lost their jobs. Persons who work in the tourism sector, who work in the restaurant sector, Mr. Speaker, young people, many of them have been working for a few years, have taken on obligations on account of the fact that they have income coming in, who have been suddenly ruptured from their jobs on account of this pandemic. This has happened, Mr. Speaker, across from Hanover, from Westmoreland to Hanover to St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, St. Mary, Portland. In the quick service restaurant business, Mr. Speaker, we have had scores of our fellow Jamaicans laid off, out of work on account of this pandemic in a sudden and cruel way, in a way that we have never ever seen before, Mr. Speaker. We have our young brothers and sisters who work in the BPO sector who have been suddenly laid off without income, without jobs at this time, Mr. Speaker. It has been necessary to institute measures to control the spread of the virus, which has meant curfews, it has meant a curtailment of activity, which has dealt a huge blow to the informal economy, to those who gather on the sides of streets who sell or who provide goods and services, Mr. Speaker. The entertainment industry and other industries that operate and thrive on this informal economy. Mr. Speaker, the hardship out there, Mr. Speaker, on account of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, is one that the government is responding to and has a duty to respond to, because this is a government, Mr. Speaker, that cares for the people of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, our care for the people of Jamaica is such that during the closing budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, we put forward at the time what was a $10.5 billion program, Mr. Speaker, to meet the needs of the Jamaican people at this time. At the time that we put that program forward, Mr. Speaker, we said that that is going to have to be approved through a supplementary process in this House. We went ahead, we designed a program, we launched a program, Mr. Speaker, and as at today, over 350,000 of our fellow Jamaicans are walking around with some cash in their pocket, because this is a government, Mr. Speaker, that cares for the people. Now, Mr. Speaker, the manner of our response has caught the attention of those who look on and see how many countries are responding. And yes, the rich countries of the world have been able to put forward big numbers as a percentage of GDP. But the innovation and the design that has gone into our program, Mr. Speaker, We have a compassionate grant that's unconditional, that any Jamaican who is not employed, any Jamaican who is informally employed, Mr. Speaker, all they need to have is a TRN and a phone number. They sign up, and this government that cares, puts money in their hands at this time, Mr. Speaker, this time of need, this time of a great pandemic that is affecting our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the compassionate and the social and economic support that is required at this time, we have increased what was $10.5 billion to an amount of $17 billion under this supplementary program, Mr. Speaker, to go through to our fishermen and our farmers, to go through to our persons who have been affected in all of the sectors I've mentioned earlier, whether it be tourism, or it be the QSR sector, or it be those in the informal economy. In addition to those needs, Mr. Speaker, at this time when we're experiencing the worst economic decline that this country has ever faced, Mr. Speaker, our revenues have also dropped. And they've dropped precipitously, Mr. Speaker, by an estimated $81 billion, Mr. Speaker, because things are closed. Business don't go on beyond a certain hour. Airports are closed, nobody can come in. Schools are closed, Mr. Speaker. It's extraordinary times. And because at the same time that our revenues are declining by $81 billion, we have increased expenditures of $34 billion, making for a $120 billion problem, Mr. Speaker, the kinds of fiscal problem that we have not experienced in this country. The new expenditures that will be required, Mr. Speaker, include health expenditures, where we have to procure equipment for hospitals. We have to procure equipment for hospitals. We have to procure PPEs for those who work in the health sector, Mr. Speaker. We have to procure facilities for those in quarantine to make sure they can have food and they can be taken care of, Mr. Speaker. The expenditures that we have to take into account at this time, Mr. Speaker, are extraordinary and account to an increased expenditure of $34 billion, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is a government that will not shrink from its responsibility to provide for the people of Jamaica when it matters most. And if this is the issue that opposition wants to stand up on, let them go ahead, because the people of Jamaica will see that when it matters most, when the chips are down, the people you can depend on to rise to meet your need is the government of Jamaica. If it was up to them, Mr. Speaker, all they're interested in is delay, delay. They want us to delay, delay. For what, Mr. Speaker? The need is now. The people need assistance now. There's no room for delay. No room for delay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order. The member misrepresented.
Are you recognizing
on a point of order.
Order, Dr. Philip, you're on a point of order.
On a point of order.
State a point of order, please.
The minister is misrepresenting. Misrepresenting the facts. There is nothing in what we have said that would cause any benefit to be delayed to any member. What we are talking about is
that's not true, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Point of order. That's not
Sit
true.
down.
That's not true.
Sit down.
That's not true.
Sit down
But you said
until
that's not true.
Sit down.
It's not true.
Sit down until
Not
I finish.
true.
Sit down until
Not
I
true.
finish. Sit down until I
You
finish.
are to uphold the
Sit
truth.
down until
That
I
is
finish.
not true.
Sit down
I
until
will
I
not
finish.
sit down.
Sit
I
where
will
then
not.
both of us will stand.
That is not
I
true.
have not finished my point of
That is
order.
not true.
I have not finished my
Well,
point of order.
withdraw what you're about to say. You're not speaking the truth. A delay means a delay in benefits to the people. Tell them the truth.
There is no
Tell them the truth.
delay.
You are not speaking the truth.
Already.
Dr.
We
Clark.
have others to pay. That's not the truth.
Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark. Listen, Dr. Philip.
Mr. Speaker,
1 minute, please. You say you are standing on a point of order.
The minister represents
State your
what
point of order and don't give me a speech.
the minister.
State your point of order. I will determine the point.
Oh, you have to listen first.
I am speaking to Dr. Phillips, not you.
You have to listen first.
Let me hear your point of
You have
order.
to listen first.
You say you stand on point of order?
I stand on a point of order. The minister,
your point of order,
the minister is misrepresenting what was said by the opposition. He needs to withdraw his statement. There is nothing. He has admitted that he has paid care grants already. What bearing does what we have today to deal with? What we are talking about is the adjustment of the debt and the procedure to do it. And he's being disingenuous and misrepresenting the facts.
Speaker, the honourable member has either forgotten
Let the minister
or
proceed.
he's unaware.
Minister.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker,
Minister
it
Clark,
is...
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has made provisions because we have contingencies. This is a government that plans. And on the basis of those contingencies, Mr. Speaker, we have advanced payments to over 300,000 persons under the compassionate grant. And we have advanced payments to others. But, Mr. Speaker, the payments are by no means ended. And Mr. Speaker, in order for the program to be completed, Mr. Speaker, the supplementary estimates will have to be passed. Mr. Speaker, the delay that he's speaking about, a delay in the procedure is a delay in the benefits, Mr. Speaker. A delay, Mr. Speaker, is a delay in being able to provide the additional $6 billion in resources for the Ministry of Health. Let that be understood. We are in an emergency, Mr. Speaker. You don't know what you're talking about, okay? Mr. Speaker,
you are disturbing the member. Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
Look, you're making a serious allegation. You withdraw it. I will prove you incorrect. Prove you incorrect. I advise you to desist from that path. Okay, because you don't know what you're talking about, with the greatest of respect that I have for you. So, Mr. Speaker, in order for the program as envisaged, and the program has made provisions for $17 billion, Mr. Speaker, to be provided to the people, Mr. Speaker, the budget has to be passed. And a delay, Mr. Speaker, in the passage of what is here before us is a delay in providing those benefits to people, Mr. Speaker, and in ensuring that the Ministry of Health has resources. Now, let me deal with the other matters that they have mentioned. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Financial Audit and Administration Act was amended to strengthen Jamaica's fiscal rules. Now, our fiscal rules did not begin there. They began in 2010 under the precautionary standby arrangement then.
On a point of order, Mr.
Mr. Golden,
yes.
You're taking a point of order.
I am.
Order, please. Please state your point of order.
My point of order is this. Mr. Speaker, the minister is now embarking on the substantive issues that are the rationale for the bill. We haven't even reached the point in the procedure for today where he's opening on the bill. This point was made by the House Leader, acting House Leader earlier. As we're having a protracted debate on the question of whether or not this thing should be passed today or the normal time should be allowed. That's all there is to discuss at this point in the procedure. So I don't know why we have to have a very lengthy debate around that. You know, if you make the point about why explain to us why you have to have it passed today, and let's move on. You have the numbers to make that procedural decision in your favor.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely.
I want to hear Dr. Clark's presentation.
Mr. Speaker,
I wanted to reply to Mr. Golden Is there a point of order? If not, proceed.
It is absolutely necessary, Mr. Speaker, that in this debate on the motion that the bill be tabled and taken today, that I respond to what has been said by various persons who have spoken. It can't be that they're allowed to make claims like this bill was a linchpin and so on, and I not have an opportunity to respond. And that is what I am proceeding to do by, first of all, stating the chronology that brings us here today. So Mr. Speaker, the bill, the amendment to the Financial Audit and Administration Act, took place in 2014, which amended the fiscal rules that were first implemented in 2010. As a part of that framework, Mr. Speaker, governments are required to pursue a certain fiscal balance, that is consistent with the achievement of a 60% debt to GDP ratio. Now, Mr. Speaker, since the passage of that bill in 2014, Mr. Speaker, we have been in IMF programs, an extended fund facility program, and a precautionary standby arrangement.
On a point of order, Minister. Bill, can we get a copy? We debated a thing that we don't have it. Can we get a copy of the bill? That's all I'm asking. Shut up.
Let's have some order in the House. Please.
So Mr. Speaker, this bill is the principles behind the bill are very important. But the idea that the bill has been a linchpin is not accurate, in the sense that over the past 6 or 7 years, we have relied on our commitments to the fund to pursue certain primary balance targets. And the biggest example of how you know this is not what they're making it out to be is that this bill speaks to a fiscal balance target, whereas everybody in Jamaica, you can wake them up in their sleep and they know what the primary balance targets have been, i.e. we have been on a path where the primary balance has been our target for the last 7 years. This is a bill that speaks to a fiscal balance. Now we know that pursuing 2 targets at the same time is not, certainly 2 targets in which there's not 100% correlation is not feasible or possible. One of them you're not going to be able to target properly. And that, I'm just mentioning that to say as a demonstration that this has not been the cornerstone has been our commitments to pursue a certain primary balance target. Now, this is the first time coming out of a fund program, Mr. Speaker, where we're not going by the commitment we gave to elsewhere to pursue a particular primary balance target, but we're relying on this piece of legislation. Passed in 2014, this is the first real test of the legislation. Now, it's the reality is, which is very unfortunate for Jamaica, that 6 months out of a fund program, we walk into the worst economic crisis that the world has experienced on account of the pandemic. And though we know, Mr. Speaker, from all that has been said by persons, independent parties, whether it be the IMF or the IDB, and even in Jamaica, PIOJ and the BOJ, that the economic consequences of the pandemic are going to be significant and severe. Just today, PIOJ spoke to 12 to 14% decline in the first quarter. We have never experienced that in living memory, not for a long, I have to go back and look, but on a quarterly basis, not since we started measuring quarterly. Now, so even though we know, Mr. Speaker, that the conditions of suspension exist, the law as written, and this was not a point made by the PAC last week, this was a point that they actually missed. The law as written does not allow for a suspension, Mr. Speaker, even though we know from our experience and from every piece of data and evidence that we have that if there was any time that a suspension would have been justified, it is now. The 4 reasons for suspension, Mr. Speaker. Right. So, as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, this bill simply seeks to create the avenue that allows for a suspension. I would have mentioned in speeches before that we're going to pursue a suspension and that the 60% target of debt to GDP is not something that, with the best of efforts, we'll be able to achieve. I have heard the opposition speak in a way that they are in support. But all of a sudden, when it comes time now to make a decision, we're here, not we're here. Now, if we, Mr. Speaker, you remember that this bill here, all that it will do, and the bill for those of you who might be watching on TV or listening, the bill is a third of a page long, okay? And all the bill speaks to is to move the date by which Jamaica attains the 60% debt to GDP target by 2 years, from 25-26 to 26-28, and it also provides the avenue through which suspension of the fiscal rules can be achieved. Now, Mr. Speaker, even after we amend that bill and pass it today, we still have procedures to go through. We would still need to, after the passage of this bill, trigger the suspension of the fiscal rules, which will require the Planning Institute of Jamaica to write to the Minister of Finance, who is myself, and the Auditor General, and then for the Auditor General to validate, and then as Minister of Finance, I would bring the order to the House. That procedure in itself is going to take probably 2 weeks. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, delaying this by a further week would mean that the supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker, are not passed until way into the middle of June. And that is not something that we can accept, Mr. Speaker, under the circumstances when the need is so great, Mr. Speaker, and where the health expenditure requirements are so enormous, Mr. Speaker. We have to be in a position where the resources are available to meet the needs of the people at a time when the need exists, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we have to pass it today. Now, let me say this, Mr. Speaker. We never pursued a suspension until after we had made our application for the rapid financing instrument to the IMF, and in the process of a staff visit that was virtual, had discussions. Though I had given a public, in my closing budget presentation, said publicly that a suspension is something that would be likely. It was only after we had the support of the fund, the board approved our application. In their statements, they spoke about the suspension of the fiscal rule. That happened on Friday the 15th of May. The following Wednesday, we tabled a supplementary, and here we are today in suspending the fiscal rules, Mr. Speaker. And if it's not done today, then it means that the resources that are required for the $6 billion in health expenditure, the resources that are required for the $17 billion in social and economic support, Mr. Speaker, will go into the middle of June, Mr. Speaker. So far, we have advanced funds, Mr. Speaker. We have advanced funds, Mr. Speaker, but this has to be passed today with or without the cooperation of the opposition. It's very unfortunate that they have chosen this bill to obstruct on, Mr. Speaker, but we must move forward, and I put the motion to the House that the standing orders be suspended for the bill to be taken through all of their stages today, Mr. Speaker. May it please you.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it. What you're saying? So what's the difference between yes and no and see? So where do we go now?
No.
You were trying to break the law. You were trying to break the law by saying that's what you're trying to correct. And you're trying to break the law now.
Members, let's get something straight. No need for us to quarrel on this matter. Members, because we are disrupting the situation, there's a procedural situation which we have to follow. The question should not be those in favor, it should be the ayes or the noes. And so, in order to have them read, we go again. I put it. I have been directed. Yes. So we put it, those in favor, those against, okay, the ayes of it. Miss.
No.
Minister, after the first reading of the bill.
All right. Go ahead, Minister. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
A bill shortly entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2020. Read a first time.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know. I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker,
Minister, you also did. You have to ask for the second reading and then proceed. 1 minute. I understand that
Mr. Speaker, in 2014, an amendment to the FAA Act was passed to strengthen Jamaica's fiscal rules, which were first passed in 2010, as I mentioned a while ago. And the 2014 amendment mandated that the fiscal balance is to be targeted to be consistent with achieving a debt to GDP target by a particular debt to GDP target of 60% by 25-26. In spirit, the fiscal rules were aimed at assisting to further institutionalize fiscal responsibility. Now, over the period immediately prior to the passage of this amendment and immediately after, up until October of 2019, Jamaica has been in successive arrangements with IMF. This is as I mentioned earlier, one of the one of the easy kind of things to focus on. And Mr. Speaker, as much as we're going to bring this short amendment here today, this is a bill that requires more amendments, Mr. Speaker. I want that to be very clear. But we propose that for those amendments, we do them at a later stage when we have the time for more discussion and dialogue. But one of the principal areas, Mr. Speaker, where the bill falls, where we have to take a look, is that we have been able to successfully target a primary balance target over the past 7 years, Mr. Speaker, which has primarily been responsible for the lowering of debt that we have experienced. It's not possible, Mr. Speaker, to be required to hit two targets that are not perfectly correlated. What you're going to have is a level of inefficiency. But that's something that we'll have a chance to dialogue on over a longer period of time. But the point being made, Mr. Speaker, is that our primary reliance was on the fund program, and that fund program churned out a primary balance target that we have studiously stuck to. In previous presentations to this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, I stated that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused severe disruption to global and domestic economic activities. And I think I used the phrase more than once of a massive economic shock. Arising from these disruptions, Jamaica's real GDP for the financial year 2020-21 is forecasted to contract by 5.1% compared to an expansion of 1.1% that informed the approved estimates, which were tabled in February. This morning, Mr. Speaker, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, at their quarterly press conference, announced the projection of a contraction for the quarter April to June of 2020 of between 12 and 14%, and a contraction of 1.7% for the January to March quarter, mostly on account of the COVID pandemic, with the closures of the airports, the tourism sector, schools and businesses that occurred in March. The fallout in real economic activity, the projections prior to that, Mr. Speaker, were for that quarter to register growth. The fallout, that was the previous one. The fallout in real economic activity will adversely impact the public sector's revenue stream, Mr. Speaker, thereby necessitating sharp reorientation of public expenditure. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the government must and has been responding swiftly and decisively to effectively mitigate the impact of the pandemic. In this context, Mr. Speaker, expenditure is required in unprogrammed areas, areas that we hadn't planned to spend on before. And in fact, COVID-19 related expenditure, Mr. Speaker, is estimated to be over $34 billion as tabled in the supplementary estimates. And that includes the care program, health expenditures, and other expenditures. Now, Mr. Speaker, given the unprecedented fiscal burden imposed by the pandemic, the government of Jamaica will require more time to reduce the public debt to 60% of GDP. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, this has received the endorsement of the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and in that endorsement, Mr. Speaker, in the context of that, we have decided to extend the target date by 2 years from March 31st, 2026 to March 31st, 2028. While the focus, Mr. Speaker, of recent budget presentations has been on the primary surplus target within the context of IMF-supported programs, the fiscal responsibility framework embedded in the FAA Act requires that we determine the requisite fiscal balance of the specified public sector that is consistent with achieving and maintaining the legislated debt to GDP target. And in this regard, I'll just speak when I speak to numbers, I'll be speaking to the specified public sector fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that the first supplementary estimates tabled on May the 13th of 2020, those estimates reflected a specified public sector deficit of 4.8% of GDP, which is a deterioration of 3.7 percentage points from the level required to anchor public debt at the 60% target. And in my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the need and our intention to suspend the fiscal rules. However, Mr. Speaker, none of the primary eventualities required to trigger suspension of the fiscal rules as outlined in Section 48C2 of the FAA Act has been met. And just recall, as I said, Mr. Speaker, with an application due to the International Monetary Fund where we were applying for access under the rapid financing instrument, the maximum of which provided 100% of quota, which is equivalent to $520 million US, it would have been inappropriate in that context, prior to discussion, Mr. Speaker, to have moved for a suspension, even though I had indicated that that was the direction that we were moving in, Mr. Speaker. Now, having had the rapid financing instrument approved and disbursed, and having tabled the supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the things that motivates this bill is that the four primary avenues through which suspension of the fiscal rules can be achieved, none of the four has been triggered by these circumstances, which, Mr. Speaker, is somewhat of an absurdity, because if there were ever one condition or ever one set of scenarios that ought to trigger a suspension from fiscal rules, Mr. Speaker, it would be the economic conditions brought on by the pandemic. The four conditions allowed on the fiscal rule, Mr. Speaker, are: one, a period of public disaster within the meaning of Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica. The second is a severe economic contraction. Now, the way in which the FAA Act defines severe economic contraction is as follows. It defines it as a decline in gross domestic product over 4 consecutive quarters involving a cumulative reduction that is equal to or greater than 3% of gross domestic product relative to the corresponding quarter of the preceding financial year, or a one-time quarterly reduction in gross domestic product equal to or greater than 2% relative to the corresponding quarter of the preceding financial year. So the way in which it is written, Mr. Speaker, is that the severe economic contraction would have had to have occurred for that to trigger the suspension. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are at the unusual situation that the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, has occurred right in the middle, well, the first case, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, and we know for sure that the economic impact is going to be swift and is going to be severe. We've had the projections from the PIOJ, from the BOJ, from the IMF, from the CDB, from the IDB, from everybody, from the World Bank. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the way in which economic contraction is defined, because it would have had to have happened, it means that Statin would have had to have measured it, gone out to all the shops and the factories and the construction sites and measure GDP for that particular quarter and find that the GDP for that particular quarter has declined by a certain percentage, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know that for the June quarter, Statin won't do that until September, Mr. Speaker. And so, left to what the law has existed, we'd have to wait until then for a suspension to be triggered. But by then, Mr. Speaker, it would be far too late, because the needs are urgent and the needs occur now. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with the definition of economic contraction as it is, because we don't want to introduce a prospective economic contraction, because that would allow for kinds of mischief that we'd want to avoid. Now, so those are the first two, Mr. Speaker. The third avenue for suspension, as defined under the rules, is a financial sector crisis. And the fourth is a public emergency within the meaning of Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica. So, Mr. Speaker, although in substance we all know, all 3 million of us, 2.7 million of us, 3 million according to member from Clarendon, we all know that the conditions for suspension exist. because we're experiencing the worst global economic recession in 90 years. But, Mr. Speaker, the conditions are not met in the form required by the law as it stands. So, Mr. Speaker, we seek to resolve this absurdity, an absurdity that would constrain our ability to respond to the emergency social and economic support requirements, as well as to emergency health expenditures. And that's certainly not the spirit of the rules, Mr. Speaker. This, Mr. Speaker, because of the crisis we are facing, we have to find the avenue through which suspension of the fiscal rules can be pursued. Now, on Friday, the 13th of March 2020, the Prime Minister declared the whole of Jamaica as a disaster area in the Disaster Risk Management Declaration of Disaster Area Order 2020. This order remains in force. Mr. Speaker, within the context of what I just outlined, the bill proposes to amend Section 48C2A of the FAA Act to include as a trigger for the suspension of fiscal rules the declaration of the whole or part of Jamaica as a disaster area. This amendment, once done, will pave the way for the initiation of the process to suspend the rules. Passage of this law does not automatically suspend the rules. We still would have a procedure to follow, Mr. Speaker. And since the facts that Jamaica has been declared a disaster area and that declaration is still in force, the bill also seeks to amend Section 48C, subsection 2, subsection A of the FAA Act to include among the conditions to trigger suspension of the fiscal rules the making of an order under Section 16 of the Public Health Act. This proposed amendment is made against the backdrop that the current situation has been caused by a health-related shock. Mr. Speaker, there are many avenues through which we can have major disturbances in Jamaica, and these amendments seek to recognize those avenues. It does not make it automatic that should a declaration be made under the Public Health Act or one under the Disaster Risk Management Act, that it automatically would lead to suspension, because other things would be triggered. First of all, the Planning Institute of Jamaica would be required to write to the Minister and the Auditor General and state in a statement that those conditions exist and give a prognosis of the economic situation in Jamaica. Having received that, as the law now stands, the Auditor General would be required to validate that those effects rise above the level by which a suspension is warranted and justified. So having these avenues here just provide the possibility, as we need now, that we can enter emergency conditions, economic emergency conditions, through these particular procedures. But it is not automatic that the rules be suspended, i.e. this provides the trigger mechanism. And importantly, even though we have the absurd situation that in this pandemic, none of the four triggers is realized, or none of the four conditions are triggered, Mr. Speaker, by creating and amending in this way, this would automatically trigger, and then the process would begin. Mr. Speaker, the bill also proposes to amend Section 48C, subsection 1, subsection B of the FAA Act to extend the date to achieve the targeted debt-to-GDP ratio of 60% from March 31st, 2026 to March 31st, 2028, to allow Jamaica more time to respond prudently to the pandemic without compromising our commitment to fiscal responsibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, after passage of this bill in the House and the Senate, and after the assent of the Governor General, Mr. Speaker, the process for suspension would only then begin, which, just for emphasis, would require the Planning Institute to then write to the Minister and the Auditor General, and for the validation to occur, and then the Minister of Finance, office that I occupy, would bring an order to to the House to be passed by affirmative resolution and to be passed by affirmative resolution also in the Senate. And only then would the fiscal rules be suspended. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is a process that we do not take on lightly. In fact, Mr. Speaker, although I spoke to the possibility during the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, and in speaking to the possibility, I would have had conversations with international partners and those who follow Jamaica and are investors in Jamaica's bonds and so forth. But even having said that, Mr. Speaker, and made that possibility public, actually making the decision to go forward with a suspension has been a difficult and a harrowing one, especially for those who have been involved in the effort at restoring viability to Jamaica's finances. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that in the Ministry of Finance, the technocrats and myself, this is something that we would have wanted to find other ways of getting around, Mr. Speaker. We delayed the passage of the supplementary to see how the conditions would evolve. April revenues came in, and April revenues, Mr. Speaker, when you look at tax revenues and customs revenues, 18% down on the budget. The conditions, Mr. Speaker, are such that this is just simply unavoidable at this time. But Jamaica, but at the same time, very painful because of the work that we have done in reducing our debt, Mr. Speaker, and in making reforms to our economy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that had accumulated cash reserves close to 3% of GDP, Mr. Speaker, in order to accelerate repayment of our debt. In an unprecedented acceleration by our own initiative, all domestic. And we did that, Mr. Speaker, by harvesting resources from the privatization by way of listing on the stock exchange of public bodies, from reintegration of public bodies into their parent ministries, from liability management transactions, and, Mr. Speaker, from fiscal overperformance. And we had those resources, and the full intention, as I made in the budget presentation, was to use that to accelerate the payment of debt. So instead of meeting our target of 60% in 25-26, we would meet it a year earlier or 2 years earlier. And indeed, it is a cruel turn, Mr. Speaker, that we had intended to use those resources to bring the date forward by which we would attain 60%. But events have so conspired that those same resources, Mr. Speaker, we now have to deploy to make sure we don't need to suspend longer than 2 years. So we approach the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, in a unique position among nations of this region, where in financing of our budget, Mr. Speaker, we will be employing not only the resources that come from revenues in this particular year, but we will be employing over $70 billion of cash resources that we brought over from the previous financial year. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that takes fiscal responsibility absolutely seriously, and that we are absolutely committed, as demonstrated by our action, to ensure that we reduce our debt over time. This suspension, however, Mr. Speaker, or this bill, is required for us, Mr. Speaker, to be in a position to address the emergency expenditures which arise in the context of an $81 billion reduction in revenues. And those expenditures are real and they're immediate, and there's no time for delay, Mr. Speaker. Every day is important, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And let me just say one other thing, Mr. Speaker. This business about collaboration and consultation. Now, one member does not make an opposition, but it should be known, Mr. Speaker, that I have had conversations with the opposition spokesperson about this bill. This bill would have been drafted. Well, let me back up. the member, the opposition spokesperson would have reached out to me earlier last week. I would have spoken to him over the weekend, I believe it was on Monday, discussing how we propose to go forward, Mr. Speaker, and he cannot bind the opposition. I don't want to, and his opinion is not binding on the opposition. But I want to talk about my action, not about his. My action is that I called him up, Mr. Speaker, and I went over the path that we are proposing to take, which included bringing this bill here today and passing this bill here on Wednesday to allow for the suspension procedure to go through. The member would have asked me, quite a few questions, which I responded to, Mr. Speaker, and he can't, and I don't want to, in that conversation, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing I'd have gotten from him in that conversation that would have led me to believe that today would result in the way it did. Now, he did ask me to send him a copy of the bill once it was drafted, and I did so once I got a copy of what was considered to be an advanced draft, and I forwarded that to him last night. And he then informed me of the position that the opposition as a group were planning to take. And I mentioned this, Mr. Speaker, only to speak about the role, my role, that I have sought to consult, Mr. Speaker, on this under the emergency circumstances where things are moving very, very quickly. People are being laid off on a daily and a weekly basis, Mr. Speaker, and the conditions that we face are grave and they are unique, Mr. Speaker. We have never before faced these kinds of conditions before, and it is in that context that we're acting here today, and I have sought, Mr. Speaker, not perfectly, but I have sought to consult, Mr. Speaker, and we are where we are today. And I leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister did indeed call me on Monday and say that he planned to bring legislation to address the issue that needed to be addressed if he was going to proceed with the supplementary budget that he had tabled. I had written him an email setting out my own concerns with the procedural approach that was being taken. I sent that last week, Wednesday morning, before the PAAC. I copied the chairman of the PAAC, I copied the Auditor General, and I copied the Director of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Why? Because all three of them have a role in this matter. And I set out why I did not think they were proceeding in their correct way, and I asked him what he intended to do with it. I didn't hear from the minister till Monday on it, and he said he was bringing legislation. I said, please share it with me as quickly as
Can I do a point of order on that? Allow me. Nothing contentious, but it's very important. So the member, as I indicated, and as he has confirmed, he would have sent over correspondence that put out how he saw it. Now, when I looked at it, Mr. Speaker, the correspondence was missing an element, and it was missing an element. It was missing an element that the path for suspension does not exist. So his correspondence assumed that the avenue for suspension existed, and in our look at it, the avenue for suspension did not exist. I wanted to confirm that and to make sure that when I put that view forward, it was accurate, and therefore at a period of consultation, and when we had the final opinion that indeed that view was correct, that the avenues for suspension do not exist, it was only then that I reached out to the member.
I'm not sure what the point of order was, but Mr. Speaker, I wrote to him last week, Wednesday, setting out why I thought the procedure that was being pursued was unlawful. In the tape, I wrote him. And I copied the Auditor General, I copied the Director of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and I copied the Chairman of the PAAC because of the role that the PAAC plays in the passing of budgets and supplementary budgets. I heard from the Minister on Monday. He has just indicated why, and I have nothing further to say on that. To say that what we discussed on Monday was he was going to bring a bill to address the issues, because I knew that legislation had to be passed to do what he was doing, though he didn't seem to know it before he tabled the supplementary budget. And this bill has been hastily crafted in the last few days, and we've been asked to look at it and pass it in one day. Now, I have concerns with the approach that are being taken. I would have liked to have had an opportunity to do further work on that, but I'm being denied that opportunity by the procedure that's being followed here today. He sent me a bill last night, around nearly 10 o'clock at night, and said that legislation committee hadn't reviewed it yet. What? And that it could change. So the time that I saw the bill was when I got here, and there wasn't even a bill for me here. I had to borrow Member Kellier's bill because the bill hadn't been distributed to the opposition members. So this is a procedural haste in which the government has been proceeding. The truth is that the government...
That's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. The bill that the member got last night is the same bill that's before him today. The bill has not changed.
You told me, member, that
and I'm saying that it has not changed. I'm just adding a point of information. I'm not challenging what you said.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we allow the debate to proceed in the normal way. You know, he has the opportunity to close. He's the only person who gets to speak twice in this debate. He doesn't need to speak 15 times. Mr. Speaker, the minister brought a budget to Parliament in February, predicated on business as usual. This was after the COVID crisis had already hit the world. We, in the debate on the budget, pointed out that it was going to have a devastating economic consequence on the country. I think he knew that, but for whatever reason, the time frame for preparing budgets, etc., he hadn't been able to craft a budget, even with a reasonably adequate provision that would tide the country through the fiscal process of disbursing funds for a reasonable time after the budget. So the budget was passed in March. We were told they were going to have a supplementary in April. He explained why he couldn't do that. He wanted to see what the revenue performance would be like, at least in April. And he then tabled the supplementary budget in May. I pointed out last week, Wednesday, that the procedure he was pursuing was flawed. It needed legislation. And here we are. Now, I have no difficulty, and in fact I've said it on several times, that we would support an appropriate adjustment to the fiscal rules or suspension, because we know that Jamaica is in a deep crisis, and the whole world is in a deep crisis. And we ought to be pulling together. We ought not to be bickering over procedure. If we asked for a few days to look at it, we should be granted that favor, but we weren't. Instead, we're being regaled with how wonderful they're doing, etc., etc. Well, the people will judge that in due course. But my concern with this is that the scheme of this fiscal responsibility framework and the fiscal rules was carefully designed. In order for it to be suspended, there were 4 grounds upon which a suspension could lie. 2 of them arise under the Constitution of Jamaica. The first paragraph, A, speaks to a state of public disaster under Section 20 of the Constitution. Another paragraph speaks to a state of public emergency. Then another one, B, because the state of public emergency is paragraph D. Paragraph B is a severe economic contraction, which is a defined term in the legislation, and the minister has read that definition. And the other one, the only other one, is a financial sector crisis, which, thank God, we are not experiencing. And that's the reason why we have a robust financial sector. It's a story in and of itself, which both sides have contributed to achieving with much sacrifice. But, Mr. Speaker, from day one, when this crisis unfolded, the preeminent constitutional lawyer in the country, Dr. Lloyd Barnett, indicated that the proper legal framework should be laid for addressing the issues that Jamaica was confronting and the measures that were required to deal with it. And the proper procedure was the declaration of a public disaster under Section 20 of the Constitution. That process requires Parliament's involvement. That process requires Parliament's endorsement after the initial declaration is made. That was deliberately framed in the fiscal responsibility framework to ensure that there was proper checks and balances in any attempt to suspend or otherwise abrogate the fiscal rules. Indeed, in 2014, the minister, then as opposition senator, briefly before the whole letter, unconstitutional letter situation removed him from office. Yeah, the unconstitutional resignation letter. The minister was passionate about the importance of the fiscal rules and the fiscal responsibility framework, and was passionate in suggesting that it ought to be in the Constitution. Mere legislation shouldn't be sufficient because it can be changed by politicians for political reasons. At the time I said to him, these are new provisions. Let us see how they work in practice. If you put them in the Constitution, it's very difficult to change them at that point. Here we are today, where he's amending the FAA Act to eliminate the Constitution, or to circumvent the constitutional route for suspension, which is through a state of public disaster, which is what we are in. We are in a state of public disaster with this pandemic, but we have not acknowledged it legally in accordance with the Constitution. What we have done is we've relied on legislation that was passed after the Charter of Rights, the Disaster Risk Management Act, which we passed when we were in government to modernize the disaster risk management framework of the country. We did that, but we never envisaged that it would be used to circumvent the Constitution. Dr. Lloyd Barnett pointed out to this government that the correct procedure was to declare a state of public disaster and let everything flow from that. The Attorney General told me that the reason why they haven't gone that route is because the Emergency Powers Act, at the time that the Constitution was amended to introduce the Charter of Rights under the Bruce Golding government, with the support of the then opposition, the People's National Party, that was a bipartisan effort. But we don't block good things from happening just for pure politics. That's not our practice. If they felt the same way, we would have a CCJ now. That's a whole other story. And we should honor Oliver Clark's memory because he supported that initiative as well. But Mr. Speaker, what has happened with this state of public disaster that we're in is that we have not recognized it in the constitutional form and procedure that ought to have happened. And instead we've relied on the Disaster Risk Management Act, which allows orders to be made by the Prime Minister. And he has used them repeatedly in a way which I'm not complaining about in terms of the content of it. He has used it in a way that he has seen necessary to manage the predicament that we're in. But it has curtailed and abrogated people's liberties. And it has done so without the proper procedure of Parliament having been followed. That is the route to despotism. That is the route to the subversion of democracy. We do not support it. And the type of excuse that is used, that this is a crisis and everything must be rushed. It is that type of approach, it's that type of demagoguery which leads us to autocracy and despotism. Mr. Speaker, I haven't had time to research this thing properly. I haven't even had time to prepare a written presentation today on something as critical as this. I didn't know what form this bill would take because I was told last night at 10 p.m. that the version I was sent was subject to be changed because legislation committee hadn't even approved it. But Mr. Speaker, I do not like the route that is being taken in this bill. I do not feel comfortable with the approach that allows a Prime Minister alone to make an order which can be a pretext for subverting or abrogating or suspending the application of the fiscal rules. The fiscal rules are fundamental. The Minister said that they haven't really applied because we've been following the primary surplus targets of the fund program. But everything is everything. A primary surplus target works through to a fiscal balance. And it's that which results in the debt profile that you're going to have. And the debt target is in the fiscal rules, and it was 2026 March. And so every single fiscal balance which is derived from our primary balances has been so far over the last X years, since 2013, been with a view to achieving that debt reduction target of 60% of GDP by that date. So don't tell me that the fiscal rules have had no application. They've been applying every day in Jamaica. They've determined what budget could be passed, what expenditure could be incurred. It's been fundamental to taking us where we are today. It's disingenuous to say otherwise. Relying on technicalities which are spurious. I'm feeling upset about it, Mr. Speaker, because I don't like the fact that we are exposing the country to the possibility in the future that some Prime Minister motivated to do something has the power, without coming to Parliament, to declare a public emergency or a public disaster under the Disaster Risk Management Act, and that can now be a pretext to suspend the fiscal rules and allow the build-up of debt. That is not what the fiscal responsibility framework envisaged, and we didn't design it in that way. We designed it to be difficult to be suspended. We designed it to have a high threshold before it can be suspended. The severe economic contraction heading is which a minister is either an annual position or a quarterly position. He says it can't be relied on because it has to be measured. And he doesn't want to have it based on an estimate. There's room for discussing that. That would have been the natural framework on which to suspend the fiscal rules, because it is the severe economic contraction that is resulting in the need to suspend the fiscal rules. That is the reality of it. If there was no severe economic contraction, we wouldn't be having this debate. He wouldn't have lost 81 billion of revenue this year. So had the discussion been around how to tweak that to make it fit the situation we're in, I would have felt more comfortable. That's not what we're having. We're relying on a pandemic. But we're relying on a pandemic not through the constitutional route that the fiscal responsibility framework endorsed. We're relying on it through an amendment that will allow a Prime Minister to make an order on his own, without any parliamentary approval whatsoever. And on the basis of that, trigger a series of steps that could result in our debt target being adjusted or not met, and the build-up of debt. Yes. Yeah, no, when he suspends it, the process of suspension involves ultimately him making an order. But before he can even get there, there's a procedure that has to be followed. And that order has to be approved by Parliament. But the series of steps to initiate the suspension doesn't have to be if we make this amendment. You know, and the kind of consultation about how to approach the predicament we're in, that hasn't happened. Calling me on a Monday afternoon on a public holiday on a phone telling me, you know, we're going to go this route. That is not proper consultation. It's not up to me anyway. There needs to be a broader discussion about this fiscal responsibility framework, which is the cornerstone of our economic policy. And the fiscal prudence that has been embraced by successive governments. Member Genius, hold your tongue. Hold your tongue, Member Genius.
Members, cross talk.
So, Mr. Speaker, the right way to have approached this would have been to start it through the constitutional mechanisms that the country's constitution embraces. We have a pandemic. It is a disastrous pandemic from a public health perspective, worldwide. It is a disastrous pandemic from an economic impact. The Constitution has a procedure for dealing with that, and measures that curtail individual freedoms which are protected by the Parliament, by the Charter of Rights, rather, that ensures that those can be done lawfully, that those measures are lawful. Instead, the advice of the preeminent constitutional law in the country, and echoed in other things that have been said by the opposition spokesperson on justice, by myself, and so on, those have been ignored. The Emergency Powers Act wasn't amended, as should have happened if that was the reason why we're not going the correct route, to embrace in it a definition of public disaster, just like there's a definition of public emergency. A simple amendment that could have been done very quickly. That hasn't been done. It's still not, so we're not able to take that proper route according to the Attorney General. And instead, we're relying on a statute which gives the power to a Prime Minister to declare that disaster area and make certain forms of measures through order. And in doing so, we circumvent the regime of the Constitution, the checks and balances of the Constitution, the need to come here and get approvals for each extension and so on. We subvert all of that. And now we're building it into our fiscal regime. That mechanism is like a cancer. Where else is it going to go? It started with the way we're approaching dealing with the health epidemic and managing how people behave. Now it's coming into the fiscal rules, which it does not belong in. God knows where it's going to go next. I don't like this approach, Minister. I wish you'd consulted properly on it, because I'm sure we could have come to something which didn't expose the country in the future to the potential for abuse that this does. It is a wrong approach, and I don't support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark. Put your mic on for me.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Mr. Speaker, I have listened very carefully to the submissions made. And speaking for myself, I must say that I am speaking for myself now, yes. Hold on. Hold on. Mr.
Members, that's not the way.
Mr. Speaker.
If you have a point, then make it by standing.
I think
and ask her to yield. If not, allow her to present her point. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the presentations made, Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the presentations made, it is clear that the bone of contention is the approach being taken by the government. So I hear that there is no disagreement that adjustments have to be made to the benchmark. I hear that. And in this case, the benchmark in question is the year for attainment of the debt to GDP ratio of 60%. It has been moved back by 2 years. And I hear the parliamentary opposition saying that there is no disagreement with that because they understand in the circumstances that adjustments would have to be made. But they fundamentally disagree with how the government is proceeding. And I hear the emotion of the leader of opposition and the emotion of the opposition spokesman on finance. And Mr. Speaker, I understand the depth of the emotions that they feel. Because I do recall when I sat in the other place on the other side, when laws were being passed, and sometimes they came to the House, suspension of the standing orders were asked for in order for the bills to be taken through their various stages, even in the face of concerns being raised. But we understand, no, I'm speaking about my experience, Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the other place on the other side of the aisles. I recall on many occasions vociferous concerns were raised vociferously. But, that's right, nonetheless, the rules allowed for the bills to be taken by the government side, and they were taken because there was an imperative. So what is happening here is nothing new in circumstances like these. But when you bear the burden of the decision making, then you are in a different place. And I think where the current opposition speaker is, the last time he bore a lot of burden, as did the leader of the opposition. And so the emotion is still raw. But Mr. Speaker, and I also must say that I believe in cooperation. Hear me out, don't rush me. And I believe that much can be derived from talks across the aisle. But let's just pause and answer a few questions. What is the bill seeking to do? What is the bill seeking to do? The bill is seeking to make 2 adjustments, and the minister has spoken to it, and members have spoken to it. And the adjustments are to enable a suspension of aspects of the financial responsibility framework, which is now contained in Part 7 of the Financial Administration of Audit and Audit Act. Mr. Speaker, the law already allows for suspension of the benchmark. That is set out at section 48C2. So that principle is already provided for in the law. It already provides for that. And it sets out the eventualities. So let's talk about where we are divided. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the opposition not arguing, it's only taking issue with the how. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just get to the bone of contention because people are listening on. The opposition is saying that although the law allows for a period of disaster as an eventuality that would cause the fiscal responsibility framework to be suspended, it only contemplated it under the constitutional arrangement and a declaration under Section 20. At the time when the amendments were made, the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015 was not yet law. So there could have been no referencing to it. The only concept we had at the time of a public disaster was what is contained in Section 20 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution at Section 20, subsection 1, defines a period of public disaster. And it defines it as any period during which there is in force a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a period of public disaster exists. The Constitution says that the proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purpose of a period of public disaster unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied of a number of things. And among those is that the disaster has arisen as a result of the occurrence of, in this case, outbreak of an infectious disease. It sets out other things. It sets out earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire. But that is what the Governor General has to be satisfied of. No contention about that. All right. But Mr. Speaker, what is interesting and what the people of Jamaica needs to know is that the Governor General does not act on his own, Mr. Speaker. The Governor General does not act on his own. Under Section 32 of the Constitution, provision is made for exercise of the GG's functions.
Members, you're disturbing the presenter. Go ahead, please. Order, please. The member cannot concentrate on our presentation. Too much arguing in the back there.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, when the Governor General makes a proclamation, it lasts for 14 days. Initially, the Parliament is not involved at all. If the proclamation is to be extended, Mr. Speaker, it requires vote of 2/3. And we know that even if the government side has 2/3 in the House, you cannot achieve it in the Senate without the participation of the opposition side. Because we have a total of 21 senators, 13 of whom are on the government side and 8 are on the opposition side. And 2/3 require a minimum of 14, which means all of government, 13 plus 1 from the opposition. So that is the involvement of the Parliament in one sense, that the opposition is speaking about. The bipartisan support. Mr. Speaker, under Section 32 of the Constitution, other than where the law expressly provides that the Governor General exercises a function in accordance with the recommendation of, or after concurrence of, or after consultation with any person or authority, or where he has to exercise a function expressly stated to be in his own discretion, the Governor General shall act in accordance with the advice of Cabinet or a minister acting under the general authority of Cabinet. So I want those who are listening on to understand how the Governor General acts in making a proclamation declaring a period of disaster, public disaster. The Governor General would be acting on the advice of Cabinet. The Governor General is obliged in these circumstances to act on the advice of Cabinet. And Cabinet, as we all know, and perhaps need not be said, but for those who are outside of the House, comprises members of this Honorable House and the other House from the government side. So, it is the government that is advising the Governor General to exercise. I am saying all of that to say something. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you don't want to hear it, because you don't want the people to hear. But the people need to hear this. The people need to hear it.
Speak in the mic.
Yes. Yes. The people need to hear and understand that this contention about how we should have acted, because if we went under the Constitution, it had a different procedure, as opposed to the Prime Minister using the procedure under the Disaster Risk Management Act, then somehow it is tainted, somehow it is unilateral, somehow it is less than scrupulous. But it is not. But it is not. It is not, Mr. Speaker. It is not. People are fooling themselves in thinking that we have an executive presidency that is independent of the legislature. That is not the case. It is not the case under Westminster government. Not the case. And the fact that the executive advises does not make it unscrupulous. It is disingenuous to be telling the people of Jamaica that a democratically elected government, a democratically elected head of government, is going to be unscrupulous in the exercise of powers in these circumstances. So let me get to the bane of the matter, Mr. Speaker. The Fiscal Administration and Audit Act recognizes in principle that the occurrence of a disaster is sufficient and can be sufficient to suspend the rules, because the fallout can be great. And what we have here in substance is the same kind of disaster that the Constitution contemplated, because it has occurred as a result of the outbreak of a disease. Same set of principles under Section 20 of the Constitution as is contained in the definition of disaster under the Disaster Risk Management Act. So, Mr. Speaker, all of this talk and rancor that somehow what has taken place is irregular, misguided use of executive power is not so. Mr. Speaker, the practice of law is such that views will always contend. views will always contend.
Point of order.
There are different views. That's why you have courts of law.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is going through a very long and elaborate run-up.
Mr. Gordon, get him back. I can hear you.
You don't want to.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has proceeded on a long, laborious, and elaborate run-up. I'm making my point of order, if you listen, sir. I'm trying to my best. I'm bending over to try and speak into the mic, because apparently it's not very effective. The Attorney General has been developing at great lengths a point, attempting to say that the route that the government has taken under the Disaster Risk Management Act is in substance no different to the route under the Constitution. Is she trying to say that the constitutional route does not provide for parliamentary oversight of states of emergency and the duration of them? Is she trying to say, is that what she's misleading the House and the people of Jamaica? That's the point of order. It's a very serious thing to do. She must make it absolutely clear and accurate what the differences are, because they are significant and important.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I know that some persons really don't want what I'm saying to be said and put on the record, and for those who are listening to hear.
The Parliament is in session. Somebody is making a presentation, and everybody else is doing everything else.
I am in no rush.
Disrupting and disturbing. Members, we are not children. Allow the member to speak and others to do observation. Quiet observation.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I have been in these quarters long enough to know that there are times when some would wish that things that are to be said are not said, because they don't want them to be reflected on the records. And they don't want the audience beyond the confines of the House to hear what needs to be said. So as I have said, Mr. Speaker, that those of us who are trained in the practice of law knows that views will always contend. Views will always contend. That is the beauty of the practice of law. Beauty of the practice of law. So, Mr. Speaker, here is what I'm saying. The Fiscal Administration and Audit Act, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, allows for a disaster of the type being experienced to be sufficient to suspend the fiscal responsibility framework, aspects of it. It recognizes it in principle. The declaration of a disaster area in Jamaica is as a result of the same trigger, outbreak of disease, as is provided for under Section 20 of the Constitution. There are two routes and two avenues to the same. Even when you go under the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, rights are curtailed because of what you're dealing with. So to give the impression that rights are only curtailed under the current procedure used by the Prime Minister and that it doesn't happen is wrong. Is wrong. Is wrong. That is what I heard said. That is what I heard said. Mr. Speaker, it is all right for the opposition to believe that there is another way to do it. It doesn't mean that the way it has been done is wrong. It's just different. And I know from what I have heard that there is a feeling and thinking in the quarters over there that government is only competent when they form government and nobody else has sense. That is the bone of contention here. And that is the contempt that they hold, that only they should be in the seat of government to make decisions. But understand this. This is a democratically elected government. And I don't subscribe to all of this talk of watering down executive power simply because you're not in the reign of it. And the people of Jamaica needs to know that even if the opposition would have taken a different approach, the one taken by the government is not wrong. It is different. Views contend. But we do agree, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of sacrifice has been made to put Jamaica where it is today. And the people have paid a price. And what is being done today is not something that was not contemplated in policy and principle. It's only in a different form. And it is a form that is being amended. So all of this hypocrisy and all of this tracing off about the form, very strong words were used, Mr. Speaker. Very strong words. Very strong words. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I want the people of Jamaica to know that what is happening by way of this amendment has been contemplated in principle and policy when that side formed government. And it is disingenuous to give the impression that because this side in government has chosen to achieve the objective via a different route, that something is wrong with it. It is unfortunate. It is most unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, action under the disaster risk management involves advice by the OPM, not a political office, to the Minister of Local Government. And having gotten a report about the existence of a local condition in any part of Jamaica, the Minister is obliged in law to give written notice to the Prime Minister. So giving the impression that the Prime Minister just gets up and declare a disaster area in Jamaica on his own is wrong and disingenuous. There is a process that is set out in law under the Disaster Risk Management Act. A report by the OPM to the Minister of Local Government and notice in writing from the Minister of Local Government to the Prime Minister. Thereafter, deliberations take place in Cabinet. And the Prime Minister acts in accordance with the deliberations and advice of Cabinet. By the way, the same deliberation and advice that would have been given to the Governor General in respect of a declaration of a state of public disaster. And the Governor General constitutionally would have been obliged to act in accordance with the advice given. So I know some of them think that they are the only one with sense. And none of us over here have any sense and cranial capacity to either advise or make decisions. But we did go to school too. And the contempt is essentially about that. They resent that this side is in power making the decision. And don't give the people the impression that we don't know what we're doing. And that is where I take offense with some of what has been said. Not about there being differences in views, because that is part of the practice of law and the giving of advice. So Mr. Speaker, if then, Mr. Speaker, if then, the only issue is that the opposition felt slighted that it didn't get more time to I'm trying to find the right word. it would not have made a difference. It would not have made a difference. Would not have made a difference. So, Mr. Speaker, here is my final thought. Having come into the office of Attorney General, I have the opportunity to look at government action. And we have too many examples of government acting outside of the law. Same law passed, and in particular the Ministry of Finance. Long list. And we see the bills that come here periodically. So today, what the Minister of Finance is doing is proper. Is proper. This is not about tinkering with the fiscal rules. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it is paying due respect to those rules and the framework that has been put in place. The principle is the same, a disaster, because nobody is disputing that the disaster in this case is a proper disaster, but they are disputing how the government has handled it, because the GG has not proclaimed a period of public disaster as opposed to a state of disaster by the government, when it is the same thing in law that has triggered it. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that the people are not fooled, you know. People are not fooled. It is important that the people are not fooled. I'm not going to be rushed, you know, Mr. Speaker, unless you make a ruling. I am not going to be rushed. So, Mr. Speaker, let the people of Jamaica know that this bill is enabling the Minister of Finance to lawfully make the kind of adjustments forced upon us as a nation in these times of disaster. And the Minister of Finance is endeavoring to obey and honor the fiscal responsibility framework, not tinker with it, not throw it away, not disregard it, so Jamaica is put at any brink of crisis again. And until such time, this is the side that is charged with the responsibility of making these decisions. May it so please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Speaker, a basic principle of legislative activity is that we make laws not for the moment, but we make laws that should last for a long time and take account of the variety of situations that might arise. No one here today has revealed more the drive for power which motivated this legislative approach than the Attorney General in her comments a while ago. Yet it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate because, quite frankly, if there is a criticism to be leveled at us collectively as members of the political leadership of the country over the years, it is that we have been unable to find common cause on the critical issues affecting the future of our country. And difficult though it has been, one of the areas which since 2013-14
we have been able to come to some collective understanding about, not just between both sides in the parliament, but embracing also the rest of the country, is the need for prudent fiscal management, for reducing our debt, and for having appropriate structures that would prevent us ever building up such a debt again. Now, as has been said eloquently and passionately by the opposition spokesman on finance, a glorious opportunity has been lost by the government to continue this collaborative approach. It has nothing to do with not recognizing that you are government. That's not the point. What it has to do with is what is the best way for us collectively to sustain this collective collaborative effort. That's the issue that arises here. No one here is debating the fact that there has been a massive economic fallout. It's evident for everybody to see anyone, especially inside here, who have constituencies. Especially those who have constituencies, even if them don't go. Because I know some people who don't go. I don't want to call them names. Oh, you know that? Because the people report that she don't go. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yes, sir. So everybody know that people feeling it out there. Everybody know carrying a care package that gone. But nothing highlights more of the need to have them say must trust, but them say must trust and verify. So we can't just rely on trust. No one is debating in this house, certainly no one on this side is arguing about the need to adjust the benchmarks contained in the fiscal responsibility framework. There needs to be an adjustment. But what is the issue is how we approach it. Now, we have had evidence in this House. Perhaps the most celebrated evidence we have is the NIDS Act, where a little cooperation, a little willingness to be humble, a little willingness to recognize that wisdom does not rest entirely with one side or another, but we can find better benefit of truth and wisdom if we were to cooperate with each other. And a glorious opportunity to have good legislation was lost. 84 amendments in the Senate. What kind of legislation is that when a joint select committee could have helped? And here again, we are missing an opportunity. We are missing an opportunity to consider a different approach to the one. Because what in effect had been the agreement before now was that we would have a set of fiscal rules, so that changing that rule, changing the debt to GDP target was not going to be just the decision of a minister or indeed an administration, that it would require the parliament as a whole. We have both sides have moved to set up additional structures, not restricted to the parliament epoch. And then the minister says he's moving to a fiscal council that would enable structures to protect that collective effort that has been made by workers, by bondholders, by pensioners, by taxpayers, by holders of Jamaican debt, that we are going to protect the name of Jamaica against whimsy. I am not making an allegation against the Minister of Finance. I have no idea who might be the Minister of Finance in 2032 or 2042. I am not making no allegation about the Prime Minister. What we want are the structures in place. Now here is the key difference. Up to now, the changes in the provisions that allow for the adjustment require, in the main, the approval of the Parliament. Yes, it can be declared by the Governor General for 14 days. State of public emergency under Section 20. State of public disaster. But after the 14 days, it requires the Parliament as a whole to pronounce. And that was done. It may not be the perfect procedure, but it was done to ensure that there is at least a commonality of view. That is the protection against the build-up for the future, because the Minister of Justice, children and grandchildren going to be paying off that debt. My grandchildren going to be paying off the debt. Other children paying off the debt. The little children down there are so primary, and everybody have a piece of the debt. We can't just run it up again just so. And it can't fall bright as he may be, passionate as he may be. It cannot fall alone to a Minister of Finance, this one or another one. It ought not to. It ought not to. So what we're saying, we agree that these changes have to be made. Give us collectively a chance to discuss if this is the best way. It is true that at times in the past we have made adjustments. I confess, I have come to the Parliament and said we need to go with things urgently. But there are equally times when I have said, okay, I want to do it urgently, but I won't go even though I was determined to go because I recognize some larger issue. It's not just because you think you have the power, you must use it. There needs to be a quality of judgment that is an essential part not only of good governance, but an essential part of good management. Of good management, of knowing when to hold them, when to fold them, when to recognize that there's a larger issue at stake. No one, you get up and you talk about Honorable Attorney General. No disrespect. You get up, you talk about Section 20, the provisions of Section 48 of the Public Disaster Management Bill. We haven't had a chance to even look at the bill and see what it entails, to examine it, to discuss it, to consult with those in the financial sector, to discuss with others. It is not true that the minister can't spend the money because until we pass it. We have passed in this house for decades, years, bills, supplementary budgets that come here after all the money has been spent, and we determine to give it parliamentary approval after the event, after examination. It doesn't follow. And all the passion about how much 1,000 people and how many 1,000 care program and all of that is totally beside the point. It might sound nice, but it don't have no bearing on the facts of the matter. No bearing on the facts of the matter. What will have bearing is whether we are taking this decision that seems light, seems of no consequence at the moment, but we never know a decade time what it might mean, of transferring that power to make the adjustment in these debt targets away from the Parliament and placing it in away from the Parliament where it can be done with a simple majority. Away from the Parliament where it can be done to a place where it has to be done by 2/3 majority. To a place where it can be done by a simple majority, by a decision of a Prime Minister to declare a part of the country or the entire country a disaster area. Now, I may have trust in all of you, but I don't know that that is the way to go. When you examine how we built up that debt, it was with good intentions on the part of everyone. As them said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But it's not to say that we couldn't have a discussion. What we are being denied here is the opportunity of that discussion. And that is what we are objecting to. The opportunity, not because we think we're brighter than you or anything else. Not because we think so, because we think it is the right thing to enable the Parliament to consider the fundamental issues affecting the future of the country. And probably like NIDS, you will find on some future occasion that a great mistake was made. That a great mistake was made which could have been avoided. And all it took was 4 days. All it would take, we would come here whenever the time. We have found opportunities to do it, but somehow, I don't know what drives people to feel that if you just question their power, that they have to jump out and get shrill and say, I can do it, and beat the chest. But believe me, that's not the way we're going to build this country. That's not the way we are going to build this country. The country belongs to all the people of the country. We have to make it work for them. And one of the most important things we have to do is to ensure that the changes that we make don't open the floodgates to things that we could not anticipate. And so what would have been the way to approach it? When the future Minister of Finance sent his letter to you,
last week Wednesday. From last week Wednesday.
or daughter, why you don't have a view of daughters? Okay, good. What would have been useful is to say, can we have a discussion? I have asked my people to look at it. As soon as they come up with something, we can talk. We can see how we can do it. There were times when I would invite Audley Shaw. He's not here now, so the member from Northeast. And we would sit down and we talk in the Ministry of Finance, because in the end it don't belong to any one of us. And when you would recognize and say you have to talk to the rest of your people, that is the way the best moments of Jamaican democracy have operated. Best moments of Jamaican democracy have operated. And then we could have at the very outset found some kind of common cause. The glory would be yours, Minister. If there is glory in it, it would be yours. Nobody can take it from you. But we would have been able to have more solid foundations for our country. So, you are determined on the course. You are going down there. But God knows, I want to urge you. Think more fundamentally about how can we collaborate on those fundamental tasks that will determine that we give not just this generation, but the future generations a better future than they have had a past. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to close the debate on this bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the debate reveals is a fundamental difference in the way in which we approach government in the country. And it is okay for political parties to have differences, right? We have a different point of view. But when philosophical differences are airing their head in the context of a pandemic and emergency, as Minister of Finance, I cannot allow for those philosophical debates, which will not be solved tomorrow, to detain the business of the people. Whether we do it today or we do it next week or the week after, the opposition believes that the way in which to deal with this pandemic should have been through declaring a state of public emergency under Section 20 of the Constitution, or Section 20, a public disaster under Section 20 of the Constitution as well. The government disagrees, and the government has taken its approach and took its approach on the 13th of March to use the Disaster Risk Management Act. Now, that's a fundamental difference between the government and the opposition, and that's not going to be resolved by waiting a week on this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, there are times when philosophical issues have to be resolved. But no, we're not going to hold up the business of the people on the basis of a philosophical difference of opinion on how we should use, what measures we should use in law to allow for certain for certain powers to come to the veil of government. And the government has already made its decision on that, and made it on the 13th of March, 2 months ago. And as I mentioned before, the opposition disagreed then, and it disagrees now, and it will disagree next week. But as Minister of Finance, every morning I get up, or as often as I can, I call TAJ, I call Customs, I ask them, what is the revenue month to date versus last year? What is it versus the budget? Mr. Speaker, what is missing from the contributions is the context in which the debate is taking place. For them to position, to use this exception and try to create an impression as if this is how things always are is most unfortunate. Most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. On the point of sustained collaborative effort, Mr. Speaker, we have exhibited that as far as our fiscal program is concerned. We have had members of the opposition over to the Ministry of Finance to discuss public sector reform. Every bill that comes here, we have lots of dialogue before, most of them. Pension regulation, procurement regulation, validation bills, and a number of tax matters. We take on suggestions from the opposition. On many instances, I've wanted to take something, I've delayed it because the opposition has said that they want to comment on it. They've commented on it, and we have incorporated their suggestions, Mr. Speaker. That is the norm, and that's how things normally happen. Where we are now, Mr. Speaker, the context in which we exist is not normal. It is not normal. And maybe it is because of who has the fiscal responsibility at this time, who sees it more clearly, that we are in abnormal times and times of grave economic circumstances that demand alacrity and speed in action, Mr. Speaker. The supplementary budget proposes $34 billion of new expenditure that is not yet appropriate, not approved. The procedures of government, Mr. Speaker, are that outside of emergency measures that exist, expenditures that are undertaken by a government ought to be approved. It would be one thing, Mr. Speaker, if the overall new expenditures were 5 or 6 or 7 billion. Or, Mr. Speaker, if there were expenditures that were set at a particular level and you wanted to increase them, which is normally the case. That's not the case here. These are entirely new expenditures. There's no line item for them in the budget before now. We have grouped them all under COVID-19 expenditure. And these expenditures arise now and have to be met now as we speak. In the last financial year, Mr. Speaker, in the third supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, the government transferred approximately $2 billion into the contingencies fund on top of the 2.5 that we had, precisely for the reason of funding unforeseen expenditure prior to the approval of a supplementary budget. And that's over $4.5 billion that we have available or had available. And there are other measures that we can seek that would probably increase that by some more. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, the facility does not exist for the government to spend in new, beyond these emergency facilities that we're drawing on, to spend on new areas of expenditure within the scope of and the ambit of what's provided for in the law and by statute. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that every day matters, and that the members are making light of the difference of a week. When it comes to a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, when your revenues are down 18% year on year, which represents tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, and you have expenditure that you have to meet, a week can be an eternity, Mr. Speaker. And all we needed here was a cooperation of the opposition, and not to bring in the deep philosophical issues that divide us, and that we can speak to and address at another time. Now is the time, not for the deep philosophical debate about whether to use and grandstanding on the basis of grand philosophy that of whether or not we use a constitutional route of the Section 20 of the Constitution, or we use the Disaster Risk Management Act, which is an act in law and that gives certain authority and certain powers, Mr. Speaker, which, as I said before, is not going to be resolved in a week. Now is not the time for that. Now is not the time for that debate. We will have that debate at an appropriate time. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, that we put ourselves in a position that quickly we can meet the $34 billion of new social expenditure by way of the CARE program, economic support expenditure, Mr. Speaker, and health expenditures that arise under the pandemic. Everybody gives lip service to saying, oh, we'll cooperate in these times. We'll cooperate. I know it's rough. I can empathize with the minister. Now is when we need the cooperation. Now is when we would need it, Mr. Speaker. Those words are empty, Mr. Speaker. They're empty, and they don't mean very much, Mr. Speaker, because when it gets tough and it gets rough, and we say, Mr. Speaker, that we have $34 billion of expenditure that we have to meet, and that in order to meet that we need a suspension of fiscal rules. That is when those words, Mr. Speaker, we want them channeled into action on the basis of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there's effort being made. Effort being made, Mr. Speaker, to link these amendments and having the Disaster Risk Act added, Mr. Speaker, with deep-seated ideology, and then make some fanciful bridge and talk about increasing debt. Mr. Speaker, this government, and certainly this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, doesn't need any rule or any law to talk about the need to live within your means and to keep debt low. We don't need that, Mr. Speaker. That is built into our orientation, Mr. Speaker. And there is nothing about these amendments, Mr. Speaker, that make that danger, which we all want to stay away from, any more likely. Because the amendment only allows for a trigger, Mr. Speaker. And we know in this country that people talk up. And the trigger requires other bodies to act. So the trigger, by allowing the Disaster Risk Management Act and orders under the Disaster Risk Management Act and orders under the Public Health Act to provide an appropriate trigger, it would be required to be complemented by actions. First of all, by the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which would have to make a connection between those orders and a severe economic event, and the PIOJ would have to do that. And if it does not exist, I can't see a Planning Institute doing that. But, Mr. Speaker, if that were not enough, the Auditor General has to take what the PIOJ provides and validate independently. So there are checks and balances, and this idea that by allowing for the Disaster Risk Management Act and for the Public Health Act to allow for the triggering mechanism, Mr. Speaker, does not by in and of itself mean that a suspension in the future would exist. Mr. Speaker, so the narrative that has been put forward, Mr. Speaker, is very unfortunate, and it's a narrative that is incorrect. And any simple read of the two paragraphs that constitute the bill make that very clear. All that we are seeking, Mr. Speaker, with this bill is a trigger mechanism that is consistent with what we are experiencing, and that takes into account, Mr. Speaker, acts that are at our disposal that wouldn't have been at our disposal at the time this law was passed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of making sure, Mr. Speaker, that we are able to carry out the business of government to meet the needs of the people of Jamaica without regard to any other consideration, Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to make sure that things continue as best as possible. We need to be in a position, Mr. Speaker, to have this passed and for the other processes to take place. And I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that after passage of this bill, we have another process that kicks in, Mr. Speaker, only then. And then, as Minister, I'll have to come back at a subsequent time and put an order before the House for affirmative resolution in order for us to be able to take these new expenditures in to approval. Now, I want to say something, Mr. Speaker. The Financial Audit and Administration Act, as it is now, is going to require further amendment. It will require further amendment in order for us to incorporate the Fiscal Council, of which I've been giving policy addresses and advancing over the past few years. An advancement of the Fiscal Council, Mr. Speaker, we have advanced with consultation with civil society, and we've taken on some of the views of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and we will, at the time of tabling, have an opportunity to discuss some more. So in that respect, this Financial Audit Administration Act is going to have to be amended in order to incorporate a fiscal council. But, Mr. Speaker, there are other areas as well in which it is going to have to be amended, that we're not choosing or we are not proposing for those amendments to take place here. One of those, and I hope I have a chance to discuss this in more detail, I alluded to earlier, is the business of the fiscal balance of the specified public sector, which is a very different variable from the primary balance and a variable that it is related to primary balance, the difference being interest, but it's not a variable that you can track as easily or as assuredly as the primary balance. And the primary balance is what we as a society under both administrations have pursued. And so there is time to discuss the way in which we can sort of converge on what has been our practice and what the law actually states. There are other areas as well, Mr. Speaker, other things that probably need to be defined more properly. But those areas, Mr. Speaker, don't affect today and don't affect the disbursements that are required and necessary. And therefore, we're not choosing or proposing that those amendments be taken today. We are only coming with the absolutely necessary amendments, Mr. Speaker. If there were another choice, if there were another method, Mr. Speaker, if we could indeed delay, we would. We are not here, Mr. Speaker, simply we have done that on many occasions. I have done that on many occasions, Mr. Speaker. At this point in time, however, Mr. Speaker, we're leaving aside all of the other things that need to be updated and fixed, and we're focusing on the things that we have to do. We're motivated, Mr. Speaker, by things that we must do, and we must do now in order for the business of government to continue, and in order for the $34 billion of new expenditure that is anticipated in the supplementary estimates to be passed in time for those expenses to be disbursed so that they can have the intended impact that they are to have. And just to repeat, Mr. Speaker, we have made use and are using the emergency resources that are available under the structures, but we need to have this bill passed in order to make available to the government the resources required to meet the circumstances, Mr. Speaker. So the context has been entirely absent. No, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the institutional arrangements of which the opposition leader spoke, on that there is no divide. We, Mr. Speaker, are committed to ensure that the institutional arrangements in place don't rely on any particular the embodiment of the minister of the time. We want to create and strengthen institutions here in Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, so that there's no divide on that, and let not this issue be used to frame that is what the issue is. The issue here, Mr. Speaker, squarely is a philosophical difference, Mr. Speaker, which is one that exists and we don't deny it. But at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, it cannot take precedence over the urgency of the worst economic depression or recession that this country has faced since it came to be an independent country, and probably longer than that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? Yes, have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Members, I put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and an enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a third reading of the bill. I propose the third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Now,
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a third time and passed.
Mr. Warmington.
Mr. Speaker, we continue debate on the report of the Joint Select Committee, Parliament, which was set up to review report on the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Act 2014. The member of the opposition spokesman on national security will make his contribution.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us is the report of the Joint Select Committee on the bill popularly known as the Anti-Gang Bill, the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Act of 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to also put on record my support, endorsement for the various groups that have appeared before the committee and made contribution. The matter is not a contentious one. And here's an example where the bill was subjected to Joint Select Committee, where we had considerable contribution from both sides and from the various entities that made contributions. And at the end,
Mr. Speaker, just a point. Isn't it the report of the Joint Select? So there is no bill that is being debated. No. It's the report.
Report, yes.
Right, but
that deals with the bill.
You just confused me a while ago because I know we haven't put a bill before the House in respect of
is the Joint Select
proposed amendment
to the bill. The Attorney General indicated, and rightfully so, that it's the report, which is to amend the bill from that came to us. Review the bill with a view to amending it, right? And the intention is that having accepted the changes proposed in the review exercise, the bill will go forth with those amendments for which there was consensus around. And as my colleague was intimating, this is where cooperation and collaboration was evident, because this bill was promulgated by my colleague from Manchester in 2014 in order to deal with the problem of gangs in the country. The security forces have recognized that gangs are responsible for most of the violent crimes in the country. In fact, over 57% of the crimes are associated with gangs. And therefore, if we can deal with that problem, deal with the gangs, we can substantially make a dent into their criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, that act, as I said, was promulgated in 2014. It was a new piece of legislation at the time. And it's the case for most of us who are here sometime. We know with new legislation, it is never perfect. But you have to do the best to deal with the situation that you have. And over the life of the bill, when you can examine, evaluate how effective it is, and by extension identify what deficiencies there might be in achieving the goals, we make the necessary changes that are necessary. Mr. Speaker, at the time, the crime rate in 2014 at this time of the year was 264 murders and 326 shootings at the same time in 2014. Now it is, up to last Saturday, it is 344 murders and 310 shootings, a substantial increase over the period. While, as I said, we welcome, the opposition welcome the fact that we have reached this stage, I must say, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that it has taken this long to reach where we are. The Joint Select Committee to consider this bill was established in 2018, in October 2018. Almost 2 years later, we are where we are now. And I make that point, Mr. Speaker, because we all recognize that crime, violent crimes in Jamaica, is one of the foremost challenges that this country faces. Crime in this country is the foremost immediate problem that we face. 2017, the murder rate skyrocketed. State of emergency in 2018, we have somewhat of a reduction. And since then, it has basically leveled out. Over the last, between 2019 and now, it has basically at the same level. In fact, if you use the data up to last weekend, we are roughly 3% year-to-year data. So we are not making any substantial dent. This piece of legislation was intended and expected to make a significant contribution in the reduction. The fact that it has taken so long to get to this point, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is an indictment. I've given the numbers between then and now, and we have not effected any change to empower the security forces, to empower the courts to be more effective in dealing with criminal organizations in this country. This cannot be business as usual, Mr. Speaker. It takes resources, yes. The minister in his last two budget presentation speaks of the significant budgetary allocation that has been made to deal with crime in this country. The fact of the matter, and it's not an opinion, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the levels of violent crimes have gone up since, notwithstanding the capital expenditure, notwithstanding the states of emergency over almost half the country. And at the same time, we are limping along with the legislation which is needed. In fact, last year in the throne speech, there was 9 pieces of legislation that the government set out to be amended to deal with crime and violence in the country. Very few of those have come to fruition, have been completed. That, Mr. Speaker, does not demonstrate a serious will to deal with the problem that confronts us as a country. And so I want to urge the government, when we finish this stage, proceed with some alacrity to make the amendments so that we can empower our security forces, empower our courts to be more effective. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, everyone is occupied with COVID-19. 9 cases reported, cases of death so far, and we have over 100 plus cases that have recovered, and I know the minister emphasized the number of cases that have recovered. For this year, so far, none of the 344 persons murdered are going to recover. So far, 344. Compare that with 9, you see what we're talking about. That is real. Again, the simple point, the urgency of dealing with measures that can be enacted to make a difference. We have taken 2 years just to make the amendments. When new laws are enacted, there are certain structural changes that will have to be made in some of these organizations to accommodate legislative changes. We don't get to that point yet. So you're going to take months for the operational effect of these changes to come to bear and to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, say all that we want to say. Make all the grandiose speeches that we want to make. If at the end of the day, the situation that confronts us is not changed, then it just amounts to just words. The fact of the matter, every day, over the past many, many years, persons are being murdered, persons are being shot, and most significantly, Mr. Speaker, is not just the numbers of the murders and the shootings, is the level of fear that grasps every single Jamaican across socioeconomic levels. We cannot say we are making progress. We can't say we are having prosperity when people are living in that level of fear. It cannot be. And I don't know what else can be said to urge the government to act. Yes, the government, the opposition, has stated its position regarding the states of emergency. A year and a half ago, 2 years, when we withheld the support for the state of emergency. And we had the Vale Royal meeting on the 7th of January last year, when the opposition indicated firmly, the leader of the opposition made it clear, we are here to cooperate with the government to deal with the problem of crime in the country, the problem of murders, of shootings in the country. We have a difficulty, fundamental difficulties, with the extended use of states of national emergencies. On that score, as was said in the debate just a few moments ago, this is a real emergency. This is a real emergency. This is the kind of situation that demands the declaration of the state of emergency. It's real. You have to arrest the problem now. And many fundamental rights and so forth may have to be restricted or curtailed to deal with that emergency. Crime and the management of crime, the state of emergency, cannot and ought not to be seen as a policy tool, because that's evidently what it has become. When you institute emergency powers for over 2 years, that's not emergency anymore. That's policy. And worse, the policy is not giving any result. I hear oftentimes mention made by the Prime Minister about the reduction in the areas that it is declared. Yes, yeah, and initially it was very much so. But in recent times, what has happened? Even in the state of areas of state of emergency, you're having more murders now than those that are without the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, that's not an opinion of mine. It is clear that the state of emergency to deal with crime is ineffective and worse, even this current situation with the real emergency situation. When you tell people about state of emergency now, it means nothing to them because state of emergency has been normalized in many respects. They don't even believe it is still going on because it is just normal. The shock and awe from state of emergency has been lost. The real effect of state of emergency, the overuse has destroyed it. And in the process, let us not deny it. Thousands, not hundreds, thousands of young men, over 12,000 young men across this country in the areas where states of emergency have been declared and who have been detained. A minute amount of those detained have been charged for any crime whatsoever. A minute amount. But what has happened? These thousands of persons have now been stigmatized because, yes, AG, our jurisprudence says that you're innocent until proven guilty. But you know, and all of us know, once you are detained as a suspect by the security forces, you are functionally deemed to be guilty, right? And you must prove your innocence. That is not in law, but that is the reality that prevails. And if we deny that, we're only fooling ourselves. But even if we want to deny it ourselves, for the young men across this country who have been on the receiving end, it's a different reality. Those are the same young men that we want to respect authority. Those are the same young men that we want to see the security personnel as their friends to cooperate with to make Jamaica a better place. We are cultivating an army of non-cooperative young persons who resent, fear the security forces, not because of anything that they do wrong. In many instances, because of where they live, because of how they look, that they are deemed to be guilty. We cannot build a safe country when that becomes the norm in dealing with crime and violence in this country. We have said from the very outset, technological approach, investigation, gather the evidence, strengthen the court system that we can have effective prosecution and lock away those criminals. That's the way to go. Don't make enemies of the state, of these innocent young people. It might give a moment of glory now, but what is it? And again, you know, Mr. Speaker, what is most distressing about it is that we seem not to learn from our own mistakes. The Suppression of Crime Act was promulgated by this administration from my side. We promulgated to deal with the high levels of crime at the time. We had to rescind that legislation subsequently because we come to accept, one, it wasn't giving us the result we wanted with the reduction, and two, it was building up a mentality in the security forces that was not making the situation better. We passed it into law, but we have to accept the fact that it was wrong and rescind it. That was the responsible thing to do. We're talking that you might be elements. The act itself was rescinded. The suppression. What the point I'm making? I remember that. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that we promulgated a law. To achieve certain ends, and experience taught us something, and we had to acknowledge that experience and do the appropriate thing. We thought we were doing the right thing then, but experience taught us something else. I'm simply saying now, Mr. Speaker, the government has instituted as a policy states of emergency to achieve. When the first state of emergency was brought here, the opposition supported it in St. James. After you had 335 murders in 1 year in St. James, we supported it to cauterize the situation then and give the government some space to institute other measures that was in keeping with a democratic society to deal with the problem. I'm simply saying, Mr. Speaker, the legislative changes that need to be made must be dealt with some alacrity. When we never gave support to the state of emergency back then, and we had that meeting, the fact of the matter, 1 year and 4 months later, 1 year and 4 months later, when we said we will consider measures other than the states of emergency that can help the security forces to be more effective, put them before us for consideration so that we can move forward, recognizing that the security of this country and the security of our people is the responsibility of all of us across both sides of the aisle. And again, we had this long debate about the disaster risk management and the parliamentary oversight. And in the case of the latter, you can have unilateral exercise of power. In the case of the state of emergency, you require collaboration. But even when we never collaborated then, we said, yes, we will work with you. Because we recognize we are in this thing together. We are not in it for ourselves, we are in it for the people of Jamaica. 1 year and 4 months later, we are not at the end of that exercise, in much the same way that 2 years later, we have the report to amend the anti-gang bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we took long to do those things which are doable. And the regrettable thing, again, I must repeat, while we are taking long and longer, more and more people are dying, more and more families are mourning, are grieving for their loved ones. And above it all, too, Mr. Speaker, is the level of fear. The level of fear across the society. We must deal with these matters much better, differently than how they have been dealt with before. I won't go through the details of the report. It's stable for all us to see. We have over 371 gangs. We have over almost 600 gang members in the country. It's all there in the report. What is sad is that while these people are identifiable, the gangs are identifiable, the gang members are identifiable. Oh, right? Right? All of these are identifiable. And if it is through intelligence that the security forces can identify these groups, these criminal organizations, these individuals, it cannot be beyond us, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be beyond us as a country that we can't institute the effective legislative framework with some urgency that can make Jamaica a safer place so that our young men, our young women can walk our streets, either in Kellett, either in Brayton, in anywhere in Portmore, in St. Elizabeth, in West Central, St. James, any time of the day or night and feel safe. We owe it to these people, our people, throughout the country, to do these doable things to make a difference. So in closing, Minister, I urge you, let us conclude the amendments quickly. Let us do whatever is necessary to bring the changes in effect so that we can get on with the business of seeking to make Jamaica a safer place for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act 2014 was piloted by me through this House when I was minister. And I recall one of my first meetings with then Commissioner of Police Owen Ellington. I said, I'd been briefed by the legal department at the ministry, and they had literally a couple dozen pieces of legislation working on at various stages. So I asked the commissioner to prioritize, tell me what was his priority, and the first one he mentioned was the anti-gang legislation. And in fact, it was, I think, the second major piece of legislation that we passed during the previous administration. The first was the Law Reform, Fraudulent Transactions, Special Provisions Act, and the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act 2014 was the second. And a lot of work went into developing this legislation. It went beyond what the commissioner had originally asked for, because he was focused primarily on violent crime. And then, as now, more than half of the murders, particularly murders committed by the gun, were attributed to gangs. But we expanded it to say if we were going to do this legislation to deal with criminal organizations, we should also look at the white-collar offenses, not just the violent offenses. And the bill was crafted to deal with organized crime generally, and recognizing that that range, organized crime, could vary from a community gang to a gang that had tentacles into government, into the police, into customs, into various, into the private sector. And so we went through an exhaustive joint select committee process in 2013, I believe it was. And we had inputs from the widest cross-section of interest groups. The object was to create a new class of conspiracy-type offenses, similar in some ways to the anti-racketeering legislation in the United States or other organized crime legislation in the UK, Europe, various parts of the world. And when I read the report, although I didn't join the committee at the beginning, but when I read the report and the minutes of what occurred before, it was perhaps unfortunate that the study that the MNS commissioned Dr. Moncrief to do betrayed really a misunderstanding of the objectives of the legislation. And it's really a sort of fundamental
or profound misunderstanding. Because the assessment, as summarized in the report, was broken into two categories, or the limitations of the Act was broken into two categories. One was called inherent limitations, and the other is called contingent limitations. And so the first inherent limitation it spoke to was that the Act does not allow for search and seizure, which has proven to be a critical omission. Now, in fact, the Act was very deliberate to not increase any powers of the police. And that was by design, and it was stated frequently during the original Joint Select Committee meetings, because the human rights groups in particular were concerned that seeing the word suppression, they made an association with the old Suppression of Crimes Act, and were very suspicious that this was the direction that the bill intended to go in, when nothing was further from the truth. So this was never intended to increase police powers, whether search and seizure or any other police powers. And if that was the intention, then it should have been done in the JCF Act, or through the JCF Act, not through this Act. The second one said the Act doesn't allow for interception of communication. Again, this is to be dealt with in the Interception of Communications Act. She says courts, prosecutors, and investigators, police differ considerably in their interpretation of aspects of the legislation, including what constitutes a criminal organization. Now, this was not a deficiency of the Act. This was perhaps a deficiency in training. And it's one of the things that I think is very important when we introduce new path-breaking legislation, that we ensure that the police investigators, the prosecutors, all officers of the court are properly trained in the new legislation for it to become effective. The fourth so-called inherent limitation was that prosecutors are more willing to advance trials for the predicate offenses. And by predicate offenses, here it means that a crime that is a component of a more serious crime. And so what they would typically do, and the Manchester Municipal Corporation case recently concluded, is an example where it certainly fit the criteria of a criminal organization, 3 or more persons conspiring towards a common end. But the prosecutors and the investigators decided that it was more straightforward, rather than overwhelm the court with dozens and dozens of charges. It was more straightforward to go for traditional conspiracy type charges, rather than to bring the anti-gang offenses, which would have had more serious penalties than just the traditional conspiracy charge. But I understand, because they figured it would be overwhelming the case, and it may be more difficult to prove. So nothing there is a real limitation of the Act. Perhaps reflects more a misunderstanding of the objectives of the Act. Then they turn to contingent limitations. There is need for an easier, user-friendly framework for plea bargaining. There's plea bargaining legislation. You don't need this Act to deal with that. It is difficult to secure interim protection accommodation for witnesses. There is a Justice Protection Act which does that. Then it speaks to residents being fearful of providing evidence and the culture of silence. Well, that applies across the society, and that's a different issue. So perhaps, Minister, it would have been better if, when the person was being commissioned, when the Dr. Moncrief was being commissioned, that she had gone back, or the ministry had gone back to the original report of the Joint Select Committee so that she would have had an understanding of what was the intention of Parliament when this act was passed. I want to now turn to the findings and recommendations section of the report. And I'm not going to go through it clause by clause, but what you find when you do go through it, that in probably 90% of the cases, the committee did not accept the recommendations for various reasons. Either it didn't belong in that act, they felt it would impinge on the rights of the accused, or it was already adequately dealt with in the legislation. But to the extent that some recommendations were accepted, I would say that they were tweaking the legislation, perhaps enhancing it, but I wouldn't say they were changing it in any fundamental way. The truth is, it was a well-crafted piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, in this brief intervention, I was happy to have participated in this second Joint Select Committee reviewing the act that had been passed 5 years before and which had made provision for the review. I think it is an example of the parliamentary process working as it should. I think what we have found is that the legislation is solid and potentially very useful, but certainly more training for investigators, prosecutors, and judges would be helpful, and I think should be an important component of any new complex legislation that we're introducing. As I said earlier, many of the recommendations were not accepted on the basis of potential infringement of rights or belonging to other legislation or just misunderstanding the objectives of the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act. Amendments updating the Interception of Communications Act, I think, are urgent to reflect the technological advances that have been made since the last significant amendments to that act. I think the Proceeds of Crime Act would also be usefully amended to introduce the unexplained wealth order that they have in the UK and which is now being used to take the assets through the court procedures of many persons who it is felt got those assets corruptly in various parts of Europe and around the world and hid them in the UK. We have a similar offense under the Corruption Prevention Act that's called illicit enrichment. But this really only applies to public servants. And so I would support the idea of bringing the unexplained wealth order, which is a similar type of facility, a similar type of offense, but which really puts the burden of proof, switches the burden of proof on the suspect to say how they legitimately came by those assets that they have or that great wealth that they have, even though there was nothing in their tax returns would suggest that they were earning any income at that level. The Justice Protection Act, that also needs updating, and the truth of the matter is, Minister, as you would well know, the unit needs adequate funding and perhaps boosting in the context of our environment where so many gangs use the fear, threat, intimidation to prevent witnesses from coming forward. And while it was interesting going through the report to remind myself of some of the rights that are being balanced in terms of the accused confronting, knowing who their accuser is, and being able to challenge them in court. And therefore also not the issue of the whole use of pseudonyms for witnesses in these cases. I think a witness protection program or a justice protection program that would allow, after the case, for the identity of the witness, who may still be a threat from other members of the criminal organization that may have not been convicted in that case, that the witness's identity can legally be changed and permanently changed after the trial. I think that would be useful. We have had cases, of course, where witnesses have not only been relocated regionally, but even further afield. So, Mr. Speaker, I would, in wrapping up, say that the